inflatable ball that you go inside of.
Yeah. Guess how much this doll is? $50. This thing talks to you, you feed it, it shits and it pisses. And they wear diapers.
I don't trust it.
Okay, fine. Sticking with this. Get in there. Damn it. Alright. Wait. Wait. It's gotta go potty. It has to go potty. It peed.
So excited.
Can we get it?
Promise me that this is the last you buy.
Why can't I have babies?
Like this?
No.
Would you be bothered if like standing over you wearing this?
No.
That's funny.
Ask it a question.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. Ask. You're good at questions.
Well, yeah. You look crazy. You look like you're talking to yourself.
No, I don't.
Very.
Yes, definitely. Another. Outlook not so good.
Something me and Eric used to say back in the day. But you can't tell.
It is certain.
So what?
Yeah, it's like old.
Yep. I think there's like a mode for it.
Hi everyone, welcome back to another live stream. I hope you're all having a wonderful day today. We had some drama for the last few days here. Oh my goodness, there was a lot to cover, so I kind of glad I waited after the initial live stream because there was a couple of follow-up live streams. Nicole, hello, good to see you. So the first live stream we have that we're going to be watching is Amberlynn live, and Tammie calls in, and Amberlynn then sets up a call, I think through Instagram, so that she was able, or something, but was able to talk to Tammie live on live stream. And then she came back. So yeah, all that goes down, and then Amberlynn doesn't really say much. I mean, she defends herself throughout and kind of gives her reasonings, but most of the time it's Tammie talking, and she drops a lot of information. So then Amberlynn came back the next day on the 18th and went live for like a half hour, and she was getting like frustrated because people were kind of like, some people were, you know, saying, we're on your side on this, Tammie was wrong, and then there was other people that were just like, you know, making her feel bad about the situation, I guess you could say. Not really sticking up for Tammie, but basically just like, well, you know, a lot of what Tammie said is kind of stuff Amberlynn had to hear. Now, if she takes that in and just takes it all as offenses and not something to reflect on, then that's up to her. So anyway, she was getting upset that people were just like talking about it, and she didn't want to talk about it. So then she like rage quit her live stream, just like turned it off, and then came back the next day on the 19th and explained that it was because people were, you know, not supporting her in the chat, and she just didn't feel comfortable being live. All right. yeah, so we'll go through the live stream and make some comments along the way.
Supposed to be my aunt, and whether you're angry or not.
Yeah, I was supposed to be.
Whether
Right,
you're,
I'm not no more.
Hi, I'm in confusion. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna wear. Remember when I said the sympathy bone comment, and I was wearing my Soli costume?
The narcoleptic had a heart attack. Have some sympathy.
Look at the face. It's not difficult, girl.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my sympathy bone. My sympathy.
Shoved up your ass? Oh, what
I don't care.
Listen, I was gonna wear that because I ain't got my sympathy bone today. Okay, Yo Mama has like disappeared because he's over on like the lol cow bullshit. So he's barely on his Yo Mama channel, and he went there today, right? And he talked about the narc alert, and I'm telling you, I knew none of this. My jaw is on the floor type deal. Do you guys know about it? Do you even care? Are you intoxicated right now? You're slurring your words, eyes rolling, and acting strange.
All right, so this is how she started off the live stream, so it's not really anything to do with Tammie, but I just kind of left it in the live stream because I thought it was kind of funny. I don't really know what's going on with the narcoleptic, but Amberlynn had something to say about it, and we have a clip from that time when she did wear her Soli, I think she was trying to say Sully, from Monsters, Inc. costume. And yeah, Feline there was off to the side, as she usually was. Okay, so now Amberlynn's gonna tell us that she kind of went through with what she said she was gonna do and got some Delta whatever, and I guess she also explains that in Oklahoma you can only get like medical weed. You can't actually go to a dispensary and get like legit stuff. You have to get this Delta stuff. So that's where she's at.
I smoked some Delta, not gonna lie about it. I was gonna talk about that in the vlog, but I have no reason to hide it. Okay, because before my live streams, I go outside, I walk Twinkie. So when I was out there, I said, fuck it. Yesterday I bought some Delta. Yeah. I bought like a lower type of grade type deal. So it's not as like strong. The legal market in your state is so good. Please have Delta. Yeah, for medicinal use, but I don't have that. I have to go through all that to get that. Delta 8 is legal, actually. Yeah. They sell it everywhere here. It's completely allowed. Yeah, Morgan, I can get a card, but I have to, it's a whole thing. I have to get an Oklahoma ID first because I still have my Kentucky ID. And in my brain, I'm like, I didn't know if I was gonna like truly be here for a long time, but I'm at this point where like Oklahoma's it. Like this feels like home for me. I really love being around my mom. So I have to get the ID first, and then it's like a whole moment. So I want to say, when people like were seeing how I was reacting to my aunt, like that's frustrating for me to hear like, this is the real Amberlynn, because it's like, bro, what you're seeing is me split. It's called splitting. When you literally.
Okay, so she's yeah, so she's kind of talked about that, and now she's on to her aunt and how her aunt made her feel just by going on to Jordy's channel, onto her own channel, and making posts as well. But she hasn't been on Amberlynn's yet, so we're working up to that. Yes, but Amberlynn's gonna pull out some armchair psychology here, as she would call it.
Into someone that you're not. Like, you're so hurt by someone, like when you have BPD, you're so hurt by someone that you genuinely, you're so overwhelmed with emotion, like you cannot regulate those. So that is what you're witnessing. So it's hard because 99% of the time you guys are witnessing me as like pretty chill, just chilling. And I only ever come out as a bitch or come out angry is when it's demonstrated to me first, if that makes sense. That doesn't mean, oh, we saw Amberlynn's true colors, or this is the real Amberlynn. Like, it's not fair. BPD is an actual observable. I hate that word. You can actually observe BPD in your brain. It's like an actual brain deformity. So when people sit there and they're like, she can control these things, genuinely, sometimes I can't.
Elizabeth, hello. Oh man, you're so right. She totally would have just like moved. she probably would have moved back, even with all the chaos that was going on, but well, maybe that's why she didn't, because of all the chaos. They probably shouldn't have been together past that trip. It sounds like it anyway. Trippin' on Lizard, good to see ya. Okay, so regarding Amberlynn's BPD, I think she definitely displays characteristics that are common with that, and I think people just tell her that she doesn't have it just to bug her. Just so it bothers her and she has to keep fighting, but like that just makes her say it even more and more and more that we have to listen to.
And what my aunt was doing was not only triggering and wrong and hurtful, like it shattered me and I could not regulate those emotions. And a lot of people messaged me and said, girl, I don't even have BPD. I don't even have these things. And I would have been more pissed than you. I would have aired out, say, like, because literally in my live stream, I'd be like, well, I know things, but I'm not going to sit here and like say them. People would message me and be like, I would have like popped off. So it's like, I'm trying my hardest over here. And it was just triggering for more reasons than one. Like she would bring up so many things that happened in my childhood, which was triggering. Then she would bring up things that happened between me and her, which was also triggering. And she acts like in the whole span of the time that I've known her since 17, that she was always the person that like indicated like a break in our chat. Like literally, no. I saw the pattern with my aunt and the way that.
Well, she kind of did, because remember when Amberlynn made that video saying that her aunt doesn't talk to her because she's fat, and then explained, well, it's because of the issues I was putting upon my aunt. That's why she stopped talking to me.
Was and how just like she made me feel insane a lot of the time. She made me question my reality a lot of the time. She made me feel like I was walking on eggshells, and that is the roughest. And so I also didn't enjoy that pattern. So I would also be like, I need a space from her. So I would stop talking to her. I wouldn't call her. I wouldn't, nothing, because like, she's just a hard woman to get along with.
Elizabeth, yes. And this is all before they actually like have it out on live stream. So this is all just information that she's like, and she's talking, all the information she's sharing right now is what she's gotten from the lives that Tammie has done with like Jordy. I think that's the only person that she's talked to live. But she has like posted stuff. But yeah, so Amberlynn at this point, her and Tammie didn't have it out on live stream yet. They haven't actually talked. They're still just like kind of going back and forth. And so this is the night where it all comes to a head. And they're finally gonna square up. And yeah, Aunt Tammie will definitely have, well, yeah, you could say that she has had Amberlynn up against the ropes for a while. For the last week at least, or two.
And it was just very triggering. And it was just like a lot of the things that she was doing was hurtful. And it just was like genuinely a lot for me. So I demonstrated that. That doesn't mean that was the real Amberlynn or I was showing my true colors. That was me reacting as a human who was absolutely triggered, a human who could not regulate their emotions, a human that was being betrayed by her aunt. That is what you guys experienced and what you guys saw me go through. And another thing that is like has been frustrating with this whole thing has been like when people sit here and I'm like responding to my aunt, and in return, I know it's a lot of trolls. It's people who like just disregard anything I feel or say. I get go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy. When literally all I'm doing is just responding to things that my aunt has brought up, and I'm demonstrating that I'm heartbroken about it.
Well, yeah, she is responding, but she's responding with information that was not known to the public before she mentioned it. But then again, well, Tammie will say here in the live that, like, she has nothing to hide, say anything, and then she's like, say my daughter's name, I don't care. Which one are you talking about? But yeah, at this point, I think a lot of Amberlynn thinks that she was just responding to Tammie, but she actually had some extra things to put in there. Throughout the time before when they were doing their back and forth on different streams. Sock Puppet, hello.
That I'm angry, you know? And a lot of people like go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy, while like literally sucking the on my aunt. Ew. Like literally kissing her ass. Like, ew. When it should be genuinely a lot of people telling her to go to therapy, because who in their right mind, I didn't even realize she was in her 50s. Like this makes it even worse. Who in their right minds, in their right maturity, and
I think some days Amberlynn doesn't realize she's in her 30s either, so it's fine.
Like a level-headed sense of the way. What kind of aunt, what kind of family member, what kind of sound mind, what kind of good person would be upset with their niece or upset with their sister and go to a reaction channel to do all of that? Knowing the type of retaliation that would head my way, no matter what she said, no matter if what she was saying was true or false. That woman needs to go to therapy, not me.
Oh no, you do. The fact that she thinks she doesn't have to. I think she's just saying, like, you shouldn't be telling me to go to therapy when you're the one who needs to go to therapy. And I'm like, don't say that you don't need therapy. We know Amberlynn needs inpatient treatment, but, like, at the least, therapy would be great.
I mean, I need to go to therapy for my own reasons. But in this situation alone, what has happened was she should be the one getting all those comments, like, go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy. Not me, when I'm literally simply just responding to what my aunt is doing.
Okay, so her behavior right now is not why she should be going to therapy. It's her other issues she should be going to therapy. Not that they're both kind of leaking into each other here.
She started the war, and I'm just fighting back. I'm trying to protect myself.
Oh wow, we're in a war. Okay, well there's a battle upcoming battle. And it's not good for Amberlynn.
Protect my innocence in this all, share my side, etc. But genuinely, it has become exhausting for me. I have been on Zoloft for a while now, long enough for me to genuinely feel amazing effects from it. Oh, baby, I'm just playing. It has helped regulate my emotions because, like, seriously, I'm constant fight or flight mode, and it's exhausting. My nervous system is just constantly sharp and just like so paranoid and uneasy, and like I have anxieties about the stupidest shit, and like I have anxious attachment, which is like the worst. Like, genuinely, my BPD symptoms, my this and my that. Like, Zoloft has been able to calm a lot of those things, like hardcore. Like, oh, my depression is better. Like, I don't have thoughts like I used to have them all the time. It has just drastically helped me. And like, I used to cry every day, 9 million times a day. Like, so many things that I don't even talk about. It doesn't matter. Zoloft has improved all that. And I have felt so much better. And if you aren't a member and if you weren't a part of that, you're not gonna be able to see that. Where in the last few members only live streams that I did, like, you can see the improvement. And it was so much improved that a rumor was starting that I was in a new relationship because I seemed so happy. Long story short, you guys didn't know, but I was still with Tammie, and I've been with Tammie from the jump. So it wasn't a new relationship; it was a new medicine. I was genuinely improving, and then here comes my aunt. After
Okay, well then okay, wait. Let me see if she says after Tammie here.
the whole Tammie thing,
Okay, good. I thought she did, but I was just like, wait. It was not your aunt who went and disrupted everything. It was Tammie first. Yeah, that's good that she's found something that's like helping. Hopefully she continues to take it because we know she likes to change it up a lot and decide this isn't for me, I need to do something else, and there's always a reason to, break her healthy habits. So hopefully this will help her a little better, especially navigating through all of this mess. Elizabeth, she's super put together. Yes. Drox, hello, good to see you. Cured her BPD.
here comes my aunt, and I'm destroyed. Like, my mental health went down the shitter all over again because of this woman, this woman who's supposed to be my aunt. And I have felt myself backtracking. I've started to have anxiety again. I've had some anxiety attacks. I've hyperventilated again. I have been crying more. I have been not able to regulate my emotions more. Like, genuinely, my aunt has made me backtrack in my mental health. And I'm like, how can I fix that? Like, what do I need to do? And my immediate reaction was my fight or flight. Like, in the beginning was fight. You guys saw it yourself. I literally felt it in my body. I'm like, okay, so it's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, right? I immediately felt my body start to fawn. And I was telling myself, oh my God, I'm just like, no matter what she says, if it's a lie, if it's a load of shit, I'm just going to let it be what it can be, because it's so triggering. It's so hard to sit there and like fight for myself, especially in front of a bunch of people who hate me. Like, it is a lot. So I'm in a spot where I'm like, that's kind of fucking insane for my aunt to want to finally talk to me about this, but only publicly. Nah, none of this should have been public. I said square up in my last live stream because I was irate. My blood was boiling. I was heartbroken. I was in the fight of the fight or flight, freeze or fawn. I was actively not able to regulate my emotions. And it's like, after I've had some time to breathe, after the triggers have been so extreme, after I have realized like, whoa, my mental health is actually getting bad again because of the situation, I'm deciding to step away from the situation.
All right, so now we got to keep in mind too that Tammie's watching this the whole time. So right when Amberlynn's like, okay, I'm going to be calm and cool again, I'm going to try to regain some composure here, that's when Tammie starts calling into the live stream and disrupting it, which I think is coming up pretty soon.
Will I, if my aunt decides to go on Jordy's thing again, will I maybe say some things about it? Sure. I'm only human. Hey, baby. I'm only human. But am I going to sit here and call her, say square up? Am I going to be raging? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I need to choose my sanity first. And that is not only within my aunt, but that is other people in my life. I am the type of person that if I'm in an argument with somebody, like especially someone I'm in a relationship with, I'm like, I need to figure this out now. And then I start freaking out if they don't want to do it. It's like abandonment issue, anxiety issues, like anxious attachment issues. But it's like with those Zoloft and it actually working, I don't have that like extreme feeling anymore. My aunt literally just tried calling me. Hello? Holy f- I messaged her and I said, stop calling me. Like, it's ruining my live stream. Yeah, it's just weird energy that she's literally sitting there watching my live stream, calling me, and I'm telling her to stop calling me and she won't stop calling me.
Well, she did tell her to square up. Oh, man.
Like, Sugar Glider, I would have to, if I answer her call, I would have to get off of the live stream. Hold on a second. The title of the video is about, this is my last day of food freedom. I talk about it more in videos, don't worry. I was gonna call her actually.
Hello?
Hello?
I don't even know if I'll be able to hear her.
Okay, I hear myself through your audio, so can you like pause me?
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, so you're clearly watching my live stream and I said I don't feel like doing this anymore, so why are you calling?
Because you can't run my name and multiple family members in the dirt for decades and think you're just going to walk away that easy.
Okay, so she's starting off strong. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she's not gonna let Amberlynn just kind of run away this time, I guess. And Amberlynn just puts up with it, you know? Because, I mean, she could have just turned it off and had this private, but she also knew that if she did that, that she'd never hear the end of it. Because she did say that she would do it. So now she has to kind of keep that word.
Finally done. I'm finally ready. I got the receipts. I got the proof. I'm not afraid of you, Amber, unlike all your other victims. I thought I had seen and heard everything that you've...
Oh my gosh, yeah, so Tammie's been watching all the old stuff that's kind of like how Amberlynn treated all of her ex-girlfriends and even her friends too. So Tammie has a lot to say, that like she didn't know that behavior was so prevalent and she was doing it to other people and not just Tammie.
over these years, but I was so blind by your manipulation. And when I seen half of the videos that I've seen with documented proof of how you treat people, not only in our family, but people in general, you are one vile, disgusting human being, and I want nothing to do with you ever again.
I wonder if she saw the recordings or heard the recordings of Amberlynn talking to Beck's mom. That was pretty bad.
Including your mother. Your mother that manipulate and abuse physically, mentally, spiritually, you name it, you guys do it, and you do it proud. But I see it so clear now that I don't want nothing to do with you. But do you think you're going to continue to lie about me and the family members that I do care about and get away with it? No, you're not. I will continue to tell the truth. The difference between me and you.
Elizabeth, I was just thinking that she's got this smirk on her face the whole time. And like you said, yeah, she was banking on Tammie being unhinged to make her look sane. Yeah. Yeah, and then switched up to crying.
Is I have the truth to tell, and I have the receipts to back it up. So you want to know why I'm listening to your live right now? The reason is to see what bullshit you're going to say next. And sure enough, it didn't take long. You try to say that you cut off talking to me? I've been looking over text for the last days.
Yeah, so we commented about that earlier too. About how like Amberlynn said it was her who always started to put some distance between her and Tammie, but actually it was like Tammie who was like, no, I can't be around your chaos, and Amberlynn's just like, my aunt hates me because I'm fat. So yeah, Tammie saw that part and wasn't too happy about it.
So much proof, time and time again, where you're begging me to talk to you again, where I blocked you. I quit watching your videos. You kept begging me, please watch, please watch. I don't want to lose you, Auntie. All the lies you told me that I caught you on, called you on, you'd apologize, and then do it again and again and again and again. So that
At this point, Amberlynn's just kind of like, I don't know, it seems like she knows that what Tammie's saying is probably correct. But she probably also knows that it was Tammie, or that she was also putting some distance there. But Amberlynn, I think, says like, well, I got the hint when you didn't want to talk to me, so I didn't want to talk to you. So now it was like, Tammie didn't want to talk to her. Amberlynn didn't want to talk to Tammie because Tammie didn't want to talk to Amberlynn. So by Amberlynn saying, well, I don't want to talk to Tammie, it makes it seem like Amberlynn was the one who was walking away and not Tammie. So that it, like, you know, doesn't damage her ego as much. Nicole, wow, thank you so much for the super chat. Call Tammie washcloth because she wiped Amber. Wipe Amber. Call Tammie washcloth because she wiped Amber. Yikes. Well, I mean, well, Tammie missed out, you know, because she hasn't been as close lately, so she didn't get to be the washcloth. Oh man, no. Yeah, Elizabeth, you're right. The visualization of that, not great.
just the tip of the iceberg. What do you want to respond to that?
What did I do in the last 2 years to you?
Okay, so this is something Amberlynn's going to continuously ask her. I mean, right up until the very end of the live stream. What did I do to you in the last 2 years? What did I do to you the last 2 years? So Tammie will explain it all, and then Amberlynn will be like, okay, but like all I heard is things like from before the 2 years. I didn't listen to what you said happened in the last 2 years. So like, what did I do to you in the last 2 years? And you're like, oh my gosh. She didn't hear a thing. She only heard what she wanted to hear, I guess. And she's looking for like this true like big moment that should have set Tammie off or something. But I mean, it doesn't seem like they usually get along anyway, so I don't know what kind of relationship they thought they were going to have.
In the last 2 years, okay, let me see if I can explain this. It's not an easy black or white answer or an answer that you can get in 2 seconds because like I keep saying, I've been doing this your whole entire life. So you have a person that has fought to be in your life your whole entire life in one way or the other, no matter if you've seen it or not. And you didn't meet me at 17. You met me when you were 14 when I went to California for the first time.
2 years, more like 20 years. Yeah, sock puppet, exactly. But Amberlynn doesn't want to hear about all that. She thought that that was all in the past, and so Tammie doesn't have any right to like bring it up because it has nothing to do with why they haven't been talking recently. Because Amberlynn thought that she got all over everything, like that she herself got over everything, and that Tammie got over everything. So that they shouldn't be bringing up anything past the last 2 years, because the last 2 years is when they should have been forming a relationship while Amberlynn was there, but they weren't.
16 years. Remember you getting the pot of spaghetti out of the refrigerator?
And this is another weird thing that happens too, is Amberlynn says she doesn't remember Tammie going to California and any of this happening. And then Amberlynn will say later on in the next live stream that she asked her mom about that, and she said her mom doesn't remember her going there either. So when she was like 14, that would have been like 2004. 2003 or 4. So if Tammie can show us that in 2003 she went to California and have pictures from the trip, like, that would be amazing, because then we'd know it happened, because Mama Lynn is also saying that that never happened, that Tammie never went to visit there. But if Mama Lynn was like, not there for all the years, maybe some of these years are a little mixed up.
The really huge utensil, taking big scoops out of the pot onto your plate, where your dad said, "I think that's enough, Amber. That's my first memory of you," and you still continue to pile on your plate. Yeah, that story goes around our family year after year after year. So anyway, that's the first time I met your ass. And then, from then, I tried getting you through the foster care because you painted the story. It was so, so bad. And then you even put me down for it that time. Your mom came in the picture, destroyed that. So then you went on to my mom's house. We all know what happened with that. You got kicked out for what? Being disrespectful. Surprise, right? So then you go on to Pacey, and then Crystal, and then Destiny, and then Becky. The whole time, I'm in the background, loving you, supporting you, encouraging you, sharing every bit of my diet with you, exercise, financial, telling you things, and yes, I have all the proof. I'm not trying to be your mother. I'm trying to be your person. There's other texts I have where I say, I'm saying this because that's what a mother would do. So we continue going down this long, as you know, all this time, right? And then we get up to the current last 2 years. Who is the happiest person in this world for Amber to move to Oklahoma City? It was me, your aunt. Your mom didn't want you to come. She was very nervous about you coming.
Nicole, you're right. I went the opposite direction in years. Yeah, she would have been like, in 2005, she would have been 14. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, yeah, because I'm like I'm a month younger than Amberlynn, so I wasn't even straight with my own age there. But yeah, so if Aunt Tammie has like these pictures from 2005 of when she went to visit, that would be great. PTSD, put the spaghetti down, Drox. That's funny. Yeah, okay, so she's starting to get more emotional here when she's talking about how she treated her exes and stuff. Amberlynn's not happy that she brings up Casey, that's for sure.
Because of the destruction and stress level that you bring with your just presence. That's the truth.
Right, yeah. So she's saying that Tammie's exposing Mama Lynn's feelings here, because she probably did say that to her before, and then like look what happened when you think of like what happened in November 2024, right? Yeah, because that's when she was at Emily's house, and she like had the meltdown with Emily over like the whole time she was there basically, and kept, is always putting her trauma on to Mama Lynn, thinking that Mama Lynn can handle it because she seems like a strong woman, but she doesn't understand that, like, sure, her mom's probably putting up a front because she's trying to, like, be that person for Amberlynn, but I don't think Amberlynn understands how draining it is the amount of drama she has over, like, you know, the littlest things. Well, when it's like a big thing that she should be, like, you know, worried about, she like blows it 10 times more out of proportion. So just putting all of that chaos onto Mama Lynn alone, like, yeah, she knew that was going to happen. So, like, that's what she kind of probably expected, but was hoping it wouldn't be that way with Amber. And then Amberlynn doesn't know how to choose a partner correctly. So, well, she's always just putting the chaos on Mama Lynn, and hopefully that slows down a little. Because it was like chaos. She hasn't really been single the whole time she was there. She had someone online that she was talking to most of the time.
I, against my whole entire family, would say things like, I know you guys are worried, but I'm so excited. We have text showing that excitement for when you're going to get here. We're going to hang out. We can't wait. We can't wait. I wanted to diet with you. I wanted to exercise with you. I was so excited because, as you love to point out, I was very successful on keto. Pandemic happened. Other things happened. I started putting back on my weight over.
Oh, and Amberlynn loved that happened too, that Tammie couldn't stick to her diet, and she gained it all back, she said. Like, that's not, you know, it's not something you should be saying to someone when you're trying to do that too. You're trying to lose too. Like, she was happy that she gained back. It was like she was happy, but it was more or less like a reason why she shouldn't be listening to Tammie. You know, she likes to find excuses for things she doesn't want to do.
Stress, and I've been trying to get back on track, which I am again currently. So I thought this is going to be great for the both of us. You get here, I see you one time. I try to see you, and I'm told I can only see you with your mother. I question.
I wonder if she looks like she's about to cry because of the things she's saying about her mom, and she probably is realizing that, like, my mom probably did say that. Those things probably did happen. Now, Mama Lynn was probably a little excited, you know, that she got to finally have, like, time with Amberlynn, but she was probably also worried about the chaos. But I think Aunt Tammie here is trying to really cling on to the fact that your mother didn't want you coming here. But I think it was, your mother was worried about you coming here. But of course, I think she was excited that she'd be able to have some time with Amberlynn that, you know, they haven't had over the last 10 years or maybe 15. Abby Cat, hello, welcome. Oh, I'm glad you could catch a live.
About it. You say, oh, I was just nervous. I haven't seen my family in 14 years and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then you didn't reach out to me after that ever. Not once to come over, pick you up, go do anything, say anything. There was nothing, so I wait. November, you reach out to me because you want something, a vape. December, you reach out to me, you want something, a vape. You checked in when I had COVID. You said Merry Christmas. I had COVID. I answered you the very next day. Happy late Christmas.
Yeah, and that's something else Amberlynn's going to keep bringing up, is that she doesn't understand why her aunt didn't call her around Christmas or invite her over, but we'll hear here that it's because she had COVID. Like, her aunt was sick. I think it wasn't just her. I think it was other people in the house were sick as well during Christmas. So she's like, you didn't even, like, wish me a happy birthday, but you didn't invite me over for Christmas. And, like, maybe, like, later, if they decided they were going to celebrate, like, a few days later or the week after Christmas or something, you know, when they're feeling better, it would make more sense to invite Amberlynn over at that point. But Amberlynn's kind of like, why didn't you invite me over when you were sick? Oh, yeah, well, Puppet, I wonder if it was like, can you take me to the vape store, or can you buy a vape from someone who actually can get a vape with THC in it and not just a vape with this Delta shit? Like, I don't even know what it is. But anyway, it's probably not that bad. But it's probably not that great either. Anyway, I'd say that's probably why, because, like, why would you have to ask your aunt about that when you could just go to a store and get that vape? So anyway, doesn't really matter what it is. It was still just something she was asking for her aunt to do, rather than something to do with asking her to do something with her, you know, like go out to the casino and do all the stuff she does with Mama Lynn, but Amberlynn's gonna say that she had like kind of like with her attachment issues, it makes sense, but she was a little like almost shy and on not confident going out by herself and hanging out with Aunt Tammie. She wanted her mom to be there as a comfort in between that they know, like. So that's going to be Amberlynn's reasoning, which it makes sense, but at the same time, she knew that they were not getting along. So it would make more sense for Amberlynn to be okay with going to see her aunt alone when knowing that her aunt and her mom are not getting along. Why would you want to put them in the same room together knowing that they're not getting along? You just would know that someone was going to say something. And it seems like Tammie would be the one to say something. Maximus, hello. Yeah. Amberlynn doesn't have an ID. She still has the one from Kentucky. Right. That makes sense. So she can't go in and get stuff on her own. She has her Kentucky ID. That tells her that she's old enough, right? But I think because she was saying that she needs to get a Oklahoma ID to get her medical weed. Get your Oklahoma ID and a medical card like an adult. Really though, but I mean, it's so hard for her to just do anything that like. Even this with like an even better, well, not better, but like it would be easier for her to go follow through on these steps than it would for her to go find a doctor and a therapist, you know? So those things are a lot to think about to go through. So like getting an Uber and going down and getting her new ID would probably be a little bit more difficult. And you know, they're only open during the week maybe. So, and Mama Lynn works. Mama Lynn can't take her. I don't know. She's got 20 excuses as to why. Drox, yeah. Amber's mom is basically her new partner. And yeah. And you can just assume that she treats her mom just like she did Destiny and Beck. Crystal as well. Wifey, she didn't really get away with much with Wifey, but she still got away with some of it. Okay, just give me 2 seconds. Sock puppet. Okay, Amber wants a slave when she could just pay professionals to help her out instead. Yeah, but then she'd have to pay someone, right? And she already does pay like professional drivers to bring her food, which that was something Beck used to do. Or Wifey. But when she moved to the city, she didn't really need that anymore, and they were just ordering in all the time. Which is, it's fine, but like, you know, still a lot of money. Well, it's another helper, really. But yeah, she could be finding other people to, like, do the stuff for her, like professionals, yeah. Elizabeth, yeah, she's probably already got sick of helping out Amber because Amberlynn's says like her mom's favorite word is no, and is always telling Amberlynn no. But I mean, you'd probably have to. And then Amberlynn says she only sees her mom once a week now too. So I don't know. I think there's been some distance happening here, and probably rightfully so. I mean, if Amberlynn's even talking to Tammie again, her mom is not going to put up with that, especially when Amberlynn came on here, made a big deal of it, got Tammie out of the woodworks because of the fight with Emily, and having that volatile relationship that was just, you know, crashing Amberlynn even faster than she was before. Like, that's what got Tammie out into the woodwork, was from the woodworks. I mean, was to get out, and was because she was worried about Amberlynn. So, I mean, all this building up to that, I'd say Mama Lynn was probably having enough of it. And then if Amberlynn was just like, but trying to find common ground with, with Emily over being weirded out by Aunt Tammie's messages, then they could be talking again, and then that would be another reason why Mama Lynn would just be like, no, I don't want to deal with this. This is just too much.
Then nothing in January, and then you send me a picture in February. So you want to know why I'm mad? Because I fought for you for freaking years, and then when you finally get here, I'm left. I'm left in the cold. You and sister are going to museums and here and there, and I'm told I can't see you without my sister.
Okay, yeah, so that's understandable that Tammie was feeling totally left out, because Amberlynn was just constantly in all of her vlogs, Mama Lynn going here and there, and like she's at the museums and stuff. They were doing stuff together, and Tammie felt left out. And, you know, like, Tammie had all these expectations that she was going to have, like, a better relationship when she moved to Oklahoma with Amberlynn. And I think Amberlynn was only thinking, I'm going to have a great relationship with my mom and not my aunt, because my aunt's going to try to hold me accountable, whereas my mom's going to kind of just do whatever I want to do.
So yeah, that pissed me off, and so I did quit trying. I mean, how much more reality did I need in my face? You're here now, and you still have nothing to do with me. So you want to bring up me and your mom's fight, right, as the reason. No, me and your mom's fight is not the reason we don't talk. You are the reason we don't talk. You are in your 30s. You can use a phone, you can text, you can make arrangements to spend time with your aunt, and you chose not to because me and your mom were in a disagreement.
And something Tammie had mentioned back in 2015 when her and Amberlynn were going at it through a live stream. Amberlynn was on You Now, and Tammie was in the chat, and they were going back and forth. And that was something that Tammie had mentioned, how Amberlynn is like, she's like, you're an adult, you can pick up the phone, you can message me, you can do all these things. And then she's just like, I don't like to talk on the phone. Like, she just had the, you know, the reasons why she wasn't putting the effort in, but wasn't really given the real reasons why, really. Which was probably being held accountable, right?
And if you want to get down to the nitty-gritty of the disagreement, we can do that, but it's pretty freaking messy. Not sure if you're ready for that one. Any other questions?
Well, I want to respond to the fact that, like, yeah, it is true. I was feeling anxious to see my family again. And my mom is, I don't know, when I'm around her, like, she's that, like, calmness that I need. And it's like, I know it's, like, sad to say, but, like, I felt that in all my relationships. I've always been in a relationship, and this was the first time, like, I was finally single, and I didn't know how to be without someone right by my side. And so my mom was that for me. It had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do, it felt easier for me to be around family that I have not seen in 14 years if my mom was there. That was an anxiety thing. It was a coping thing. It is what it is.
So I think after she was diagnosed with cancer in 2021, was it? Or 2020? My goodness. I think it was 2021, right? And they moved out? No, I think it was 2020. Anyway. That's when Mama Lynn came back into the picture. So Mama Lynn's been like behind the scenes for the last 5 years, and Amberlynn talks about it in her live streams, and she even talks about trying to reach out to her dad too. But we don't really get that much from Aunt Tammie. So I think at that point, Amberlynn had built, like before she went to Oklahoma, she had this relationship that she was building with her mom over the phone and stuff. And she didn't have that with Tammie, so she didn't feel that connection. Plus, like, Tammie's kind of like, her and Tammie's fights seem to have been a little bit more volatile than her and her mom's fights. But, Debs, like you said, yeah, she couldn't guilt and manipulate her aunt like she could her mom. Because her aunt just wants a relationship but is okay with not having one, but apparently isn't also. And something she'll say too, Aunt Tammie, is that she feels that Amberlynn used her to get close to her mom because her mom was her mom was like in prison, so she had to like be close with her aunt in order to be close to her or to know what her mom was doing. Same with when her mom was, before she went to prison, she was living in Oklahoma, but she was homeless, is what Amberlynn said. So she was always through her aunt. How's my mom doing? Can you go see her? Can she stay with you? So it's always been like her aunt's been the step that she had to take in order to get to her mom. So she's like treated her aunt, it seems like, the go-between in order to get that relationship that she has wanted for years. So then when she gets it, she kind of turns on her aunt because her mom's mad at her aunt, or her aunt tries to hold her accountable for something. So then she turns on her aunt, and she's just so easy to just dismiss her because, Debs, you said Auntie has no value for Amberlynn. I think that Amberlynn kind of doesn't really value Auntie.
So I'm sorry.
So whose fault is it, Amber? Is it your fault or is it my fault that we haven't seen each other? Because the narrative that you're telling is different.
So
put it out there. Whose fault is it, Amber?
Yours.
Yours.
So since I've been here, every time I have seen you has been with my mom, because my mom was putting, her pride aside. She was putting her hurt aside. She was putting all that aside. And, huh?
Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you.
And she was putting all that aside for me. And that was something that she was willing to continue doing until I felt comfortable. Yeah, and I did after, after Thanksgiving, I did. And that's why when I hugged you goodbye, the last thing I said, I can't wait until you come over. I can't wait. I even said it to, I don't want to say your daughter's name. I don't want to bring anyone's name.
You can say any of our names. We have nothing to hide.
Okay, but I also said it to Ashley. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I can't wait for you to come over because I genuinely enjoyed my time on Thanksgiving. That's why I'm so taken aback by this whole situation. So.
And after Thanksgiving, I heard that my sister talked a whole bunch of shit about Thanksgiving over at my house. Once again, opening up my home to you guys, putting everything on at my cost, my joy to have my family in my home. And at the end of the day, when I thought it was a wonderful day as well, guess what I got to hear? How y'all talk shit. I don't even know what the shit was. It was supposed to be so vile that it couldn't even be repeated.
Amberlynn's just like, damn it, Grandma, why are you telling Aunt Tammie everything?
I didn't say anything bad about the time at your home. I genuinely enjoyed my time there. And then, I wasn't invited to anything Christmas related, which honestly hurt a lot. I literally bawled my eyes out. It hurt a lot.
Okay, so, again, I don't want to interrupt you, but when there's no contact from October, November, into December, with the exception of wanting a vape. Why would I invite you and my sister to Christmas?
In December, I talked to you 3 times. What
3 times, Amber?
One of them did involve a vape. The other 2 times was to check in on you regarding your health because you were sick. And every time we did communicate was because of me. No, you never messaged me. May I have a reason for why is it always me that has to message first then?
May I have an answer? Oh man. Wait, what did she say that I was gonna say something?
Time we did communicate was because of me. No, you never messaged me.
Oh, right. I remember what I was gonna say. Remember how when Amberlynn was on the phone with her mom, her mom's boyfriend said in the back something about Tammie didn't want to go to Amberlynn's apartment. Because it wasn't the one that Tammie wanted Amberlynn to move into. And it was something about how it was like the wrong side of town and she didn't want to go to that part of town or something like that, like the city, whatever. So I wonder if Aunt Tammie, if that was kind of what did it, was that they were just arguing just from the very start. And Amberlynn was just kind of like, well, if we're just going to keep arguing, why would I want to hang out with her? And Aunt Tammie's like, have a relationship with me. And then, Amberlynn tried. I don't know. I feel like Aunt Tammie's a pretty picky person also, so it probably doesn't help the relationship. Or them try to even like mend fences if she's gonna get so upset because Amberlynn didn't choose the apartment that Aunt Tammie wanted rather than where Amberlynn wanted to move. Who knows? It could have been closer to Mama Lynn than it was Aunt Tammie, so she freaked out.
It's not always you. It's absolutely not. And I have the receipts to prove that. Unless you're talking about only between October and February.
That is
when
correct.
When you got here and I see the true colors, that I was never going to be your person in any way, shape, or form. Because you would have reached out. You would have. I heard through my mom how you'd cry and boo-hoo and at
That's all, folks. Oh my gosh. What was that noise? Okay, so yeah, she just confirmed there that it was Grandma Lynn who's been spilling all the tea between them. And I think she just is bored, so she just tries to cause fights between her kids. Honestly, that's what it seems like. Because anytime they tell a story, it's like the whole fight between the Tammie and Amberlynn's mom was because of over the mom's house, and it was like comments that the mom was making. Like it was just seems like she's very unhinged as well. So that's kind of where it trickled down a little bit, I think. But I think she's still kind of up to her old tricks. Maybe she's just bored and tries to keep things interesting because I guess she doesn't really leave the house much because she's not feeling well and stuff. But yeah, that's what they're gonna make it sound like anyway.
house going, well, I don't understand why I can't talk to my aunt. Why can't I talk to my aunt?
That is correct.
Is that true?
That is correct.
And what were you told? Were you told you couldn't talk to me?
I would cry because it hurt. Because it's like
Were you told you couldn't talk to me? Did anyone say, Amber, don't talk to your aunt, don't call her, don't text her?
So, sorry, I was reading the chat because it's distracting me. I read between the lines.
Did anyone tell you at that point when you were boo-hooing several times about not talking to me, did my mom or my sister tell you you can't talk to me?
So I wasn't boo-hooing. Yeah,
you were.
I was crying. Can you not mock me, please?
Make it hard.
I was crying because I was hurt by the situation, because I was slowly reading between the lines that you wanted no communication with me. because I was always the one to message you first, and your responses were very dry. You didn't seem like you wanted to communicate. You would never text me first. So that is finally when I was like reading between the lines of like, okay, this woman wants nothing to do with me, because you didn't even invite me over for Christmas.
Abby Cat, okay. I thought he was saying even though you moved where she wanted you to. Okay, so maybe she did the walk. I think maybe she did a walk. Like, okay, is it this stream they're gonna talk about that? It sounded like Tammie did a walkthrough, and had Amberlynn on FaceTime while Amberlynn was in Kentucky, and showed her around. But maybe Tammie did. I don't think Tammie wanted Amberlynn to move into that apartment. For some reason, it felt like it was that apartment that she said you probably shouldn't get it. Did the walkthrough. Maybe Tammie didn't like it. So I think they do bring that up again, though. Anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter. But there is a story there. How exactly it happened, I'm not sure. But it seems like there was something to do with the move that kind of head them off to a rough start on trying to mend their relationship once they were living in the same state.
I didn't know that I had to talk to you every single day.
Drox. Tammie talked about what the issue was last night with Jordy. Are you telling me that Tammie went live last night with Jordy? All right. Oh well, this one was already like 2 hours long. It's like I should have put that in this too. But we'll do another one. It's fine. This is a lot to take in at once anyway. And then the 18th and 19th live streams, there's just like a few things I took from there. So it's not like we're watching a whole bunch of streams, but still. I didn't know that he went. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to watch that later. It will be our next live stream. Drox. No, that's cool. That's cool. Some deep lore was revealed. Okay, cool. I'm excited to listen to that later. And then we'll listen to it together. It'll be great.
I didn't know. I mean, that's how I'm feeling, because
You truly are a piece of work. I tell you what, your manipulation is just like it used to work. It used to work. It used to catch me. It used to.
So yeah, Tammie kept asking for a yes or no answer. Did they tell you can't talk to me? And then she's like, couldn't answer yes or no, just was like, okay, I need to use my word salad so that it seems like it was more your fault than mine. Okay, go.
Slow me down and give you the benefit of the doubt, but I just see it too clearly now, and I don't even know if I want to entertain you anymore, because you can't own anything. And again, I mean, we're talking decades of text here. You know, I'll watch a video and something will be brought up and I'll be like, what the heck? All I have to do is go to my messages and put in simple words that were talked about, and then our conversations come up word for word.
yeah.
You have abused me, Amber. You have manipulated me, Amber, for a long time because of the love I had for my sister and for you. And you used that, and you manipulated me to be the person when I would never be your person. But you led me to believe that for a long time. We can talk about all the different topics, being your mom in prison, you writing her, all that. That's long text threads of the bullshit you came up with for that. You know,
Elizabeth. I had to stop and pause and just appreciate your comment.
Did you owe your mom anything? No, but you said you wanted it. The text started with you asking, not me going, you need to. You wanted it, and I was the in-between person helping you. Without me, you would not be in your mom's life today. Without me, my sister would not be in my mom's life today. I have always been forced to be the in-between person. Correct?
I don't know.
You don't.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She knows. She just doesn't want to say it. And I'm surprised she didn't say, well, I can't speak for grandma and mom's relationship. But me and my mom started talking. It wasn't because of you. Yeah, it definitely was because of Tammie. Amberlynn has mentioned it many times that it was because of Tammie that she was able to talk to her mom. Because if you remember, when her mom got out of prison, she went into a rehab, I think. Not for very long. But was like, you know, transitioning back into society, I guess you could say. And she still didn't want anything to do with Amberlynn. So Amberlynn would have to like talk to Tammie, and Tammie would be like, I remember there was a message that she had on the YouNow, and she sent it to Amberlynn saying like, your mom really liked the shirt that you got her. And so Amberlynn was still like, you know, having some relationship with her mom, but it seemed like it was a little bit through Tammie as well.
Holy shit.
I know I've made...
What about your uncle roofing me? How about that for a family drama, huh? And then you...
Oh my god, Amberlynn just stopped shaking there. Did you notice that as soon as she said that? Like, because it's a pretty big thing to say. But like, Amberlynn's rocking.
Holy shit.
And then watch her stop.
I know I've made...
What about your uncle roofing me? How about that for a family drama,
She just stops. She just stops. What a heavy thing to just unload on a live stream, though. My goodness. She's like, what about that for a family drama? Like, jeez. That sounds traumatic. My goodness. I'm laughing at Amberlynn's reaction to it, not the situation, but like, because that's... I think she like looks how we're all thinking, like, what the fuck, Aunt Tammie? Why would you even say that? Why is this happening? Oh god. And then the trauma wall hits where she remembers the flood comes back and she remembers being that child again, and Tammie's here gonna tell us all about that time, and Amberlynn's just having thoughts go back that she's been trying to avoid for years. Oh man. Tammie's ruthless.
And you go on and be a victim to others? Like, that's just weird to me. When it's such a hot spot in our family, and you put that word around like it's light as hell, right? You used the wrong word, right?
Yes, Mama Lynn did get clean in prison, but I think she was doing like, she had like a almost, what's it called? A halfway house. When you're released to like a halfway house, you know, after getting out of prison, and then you have like some time where you're in like a group home so that you can get yourself back together and, you know, all that stuff. So I think that's what I meant. I didn't really mean like total like drug rehab, like rehabilitating herself to reemerge back into society, I guess. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, she's gonna say the wrong word here, and Tammie reminds her.
Our
RAPE, Rain and Petals Eavesdrop. I used the wrong word. Rain and Petals Eavesdrop. I used the wrong word. Rain and Petals Eavesdrop. I used the wrong word. My mental hygiene has been rotten and stirred. Such a lovely story.
When you accuse somebody, an innocent person who at the time was young as shit.
Oh yeah, she's upset now. She's upset. She doesn't like being told that that didn't happen. And honestly, none of us were there. We don't know. I like, as much as we can't trust Amberlynn, we can't trust Casey. We don't know who this person is, you know? We've seen Amberlynn enough to distrust her, but we also know that there must be something that happened there. But at the same time, like, I don't know. Maybe nothing happened. Maybe something happened, but at least there was something that happened, you know? So, like, I'm not going to take away the fact that, like, nothing happened to you, you're making it up. Like, that's horrible. It would more or less be like, I don't know, what Tammie's doing is pretty horrible to say that. Like, it would be horrible if she did make it up, but it's also, like, horrible to say that she made it up. You know, I'd rather err on that side of, like, be cautious of Amberlynn or Casey rather than they didn't do anything, so you don't have to worry about anything because they're just lying. Like, well, you're not protecting yourself or others by saying nothing happened and that everything's fine. Like, no, something happened. They're both toxic. You should probably stay away from both. Like, there's something there. So, Amberlynn is getting really upset about this. Probably with good reason. Like, but if you really enjoyed the narrative that Amberlynn made it up, then Aunt Tammie really goes deep on this. That's what happened.
You accused them of something that they did not do. Thank God he had a voice to speak up. I had a voice to stick up over your uncle in me, to you, to my sister, to your dad, who made you guys live with the man. Did I ever get, I'm sorry that happened to you? No, I was expected to keep taking it. I used to use the excuse, my sister had to take it because your dad would beat her up when she tried to stand up to me over it, right? So instead of getting the support of my family, I had to stay shut up about it so my sister didn't get beat. Okay, so that's some pretty bad shit, right? But tell me why when we just went to California, your mom had to go see your dad. Had to go see him in person. I refused. She left me in a car so she could go in and see your dad, the man that is behind so much of this, including my chapters. The man I despise more than anything on the face of this earth. And your mom, in sobriety, in recovery, chose to go see that man eye to eye. You don't think that hurt me? But I kept taking it, right? And I kept being a sister. So you're not the only one with damage, Amber. The difference is I don't let it be an excuse. I've had some horrible things happen to me too, all while trying to help you and your mom for decades. And you know what happened during that time when I was so focused on you and your mom and your fucked up family and everything that comes with it? Guess what? It made me sick. It stressed me out. It made me weak. It made me not take care of my own kids to the best of my ability. Because you can't focus this long and this hard on other people and not have it take away from your life. You have, your dad has, your mom has, and you all play f***ing victim. And I'm done. Anything else you want to talk
about? Okay, so Tammie just laid it all out there and it's just like, okay, I'm done. What do you want to say? I don't think she's done yet, but she probably wants to hear from Amberlynn. Needs probably a little break here. My goodness, she just kind of spilled out a lot of info there. yeah, I could see where, like, it just seems like Tammie wants to help them from their situation, Amberlynn and Mama Lynn, but they don't want to be helped and they don't see their situation as dire. But it kind of is, you know? Whichever situation they're in, they're both in different situations, but both of them are still Tammie's family. So, you know, she has that investment in them. Elizabeth, this stuff's pretty rough to listen to, but I think Tammie needed to say it. I think it needed to be out there, I think, for her own healing. As well as hopefully Amberlynn's when she, like, you know, takes it all in and doesn't take it as so offensive. Which a lot of it is offensive, but there's also some things in there that she could probably take away from the conversation.
Regarding like the way I was like when I was a teenager in my 20s, like yeah, like I have been very transparent. Like I wasn't a great girlfriend.
No.
I probably wasn't a great niece. I wasn't a great anything. Like I was broken. I still am. But the difference now is like I try very hard to take accountability where I can, and I like, especially when Beck was saying all those things, like I admitted to things that I would never want to admit to out loud. Are you kidding? But one thing I will stand by is everything I said about Casey is 100% true.
I wish I could believe you, but I can't based on everything.
I genuinely
don't believe you.
I genuinely,
and that hurts to say it.
I don't care if you believe me or not.
Of course not.
I can't at this point. I can't. Because I know what happened because I was there. And that is something I will literally take to the last day I'm alive.
But the last thing I'd ever want to do is go against somebody who was actually assaulted. But all I'm saying is based on the person I know you are, I cannot believe it 100%. If it did happen to you, I'm sorry it happened to you. If it didn't happen to you, karma's a bitch.
You're not sorry, but questioning that is sick. First of all, I shouldn't even have to like sit here and talk about it because you during the Kiwi Farms days were sitting there saying that I never had that happen to me when I was 7 years old. And my mom had to tell you, yes, it did happen.
If you go back and read it, or even the current ones, I say I wasn't around during that time.
Well, remember that.
Was on your dad's side. I thought it was his sister, and then I had heard about it from you, but I wasn't around. I don't know what happened.
Please remember.
How can I say if it happened or not?
Please remember those words. You weren't around. Remember.
When you were 7? No, I wasn't. And you want to know why I wasn't around? Because of your mom. Ask your mom why I wasn't around. Everyone wants to know, where was Aunt Tammie when they were in foster care? Where was Aunt Tammie then? I was there the whole time trying for you. You don't know that because you were just a little kid. Ask your mom why I wasn't there. She's told the story a million times to protect me. She didn't want me to see what y'all were going through. That's a sad-ass excuse, I know, but that's the one your mom gave me year after year after year. Remember when you came to my house in Oklahoma before your mom? And us going into the garage and sitting on the floor of the garage and me showing you all this paperwork and poems I wrote and things that I did to try to find you guys and that I never, ever gave up on you guys. The poem I wrote to my sister saying I just have to, like, I can't keep doing this. I'll see you in the gates of heaven. Do you remember any of that? Does that sound like a person that wasn't there or didn't want to be there? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. There's your answer. Why I wasn't there. I can't be somewhere that I'm not there. I was in the Florida Keys. You were in California, and I could only do what I could. Let's put timestamps on there. Who was Aunt Tammie at this time when Amberlynn Rage came into this world?
Okay, so now Tammie's gonna get into her own history here. She does like to talk, that's for sure.
Her first and only niece. Let's see. Tammie lived in the Florida Keys. She had her first daughter at 16 and 88. She had her
Amberlynn. I don't have time to listen to this. She just seems like... This is the part where if she's saying later on that she disassociated, I think this is where she disassociated, when she just, like, didn't want to listen to what was going on. She didn't want to take it in. It wasn't about her. It was literally just listening to Tammie go off, and... Yikes.
second daughter at 17 and 89, and in 1990 her sister came from California to Florida to get off drugs. Did for a little bit, got pregnant. I was in the delivery room with your mom giving birth to you, literally. Joke about that today. And then shortly after that, you were a few months old and your mom chose drugs again and left Florida Keys, went to California, and that's where the story continued of our separation. But I never gave up. I found you on MySpace, remember, after all those years? I came and seen you when you were 14. Your foster care people, or whatever, state custody people contacted me. I didn't have a pot to piss in. I was getting ready to be disabled from all my trauma, all my counseling and stuff. I was in the midst of my own hell.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I don't remember you coming to visit when I was 14. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm telling you that whole thing is completely blocked out of my memory.
You met me when you were 14, when I went to California for the first time after 16 years. Remember you getting the pot of spaghetti out of the refrigerator and using the really huge utensil, taking big scoops out of the pot onto your plate, where your dad said, I think that's enough, Amber. That's my first memory of you. And you still continue to pile on your plate. Yeah, that story goes around our family year after year after year. So anyway, that's the first time I met your ass. And then, from then, I tried getting you through the foster care because...
Alright, so I'm not sure. I feel like Amberlynn's reaction to that, it might have been true, but she's still just saying, like, it's not true. She doesn't remember it. But, like, that, like, the reaction she had to that story, I don't know if maybe it was just because Tammie had said that still goes around through the family or what, but it just, like, it seemed like Amberlynn was, like, almost remembering that memory and upset about it. I just found it weird that she just, like, there was something that Tammie had said that just kind of, like, had her upset. So when she says she doesn't remember, I was thinking, well, does she remember? Because she's kind of acting like she does. Drox, yeah. Amber's always said that she was born on drugs, but Tammie just said that Mama Lynn was sober.
Painted the story, it was so bad. And then you even put me down for it that time. Your mom came in the picture, destroyed that. Well,
And
that's one thing I can say I can believe you about.
That honestly genuinely scares the shit out of me, because when you're saying that spaghetti story, do not remember that at all in the slightest.
And then, from then, I tried getting you through the foster care because you painted the story, it was so bad. You don't remember no part of your dad saying, Amber, that's enough, and you still putting more scoops on your plate?
No, I do not.
You're sitting at the kitchen table in the trailer. I remember it.
No,
Of course, I was, as you guys like to say, obsessed with you. I've been obsessed with you since the day you came in this world. You were my one and only niece. I wanted it so bad.
That's why I'm, like, confused. I'm being accountable. Like, the shit that I did in my 20s and teenager, like, it's bullshit. Like, I am fully aware of that. But there needs to be some nuance, and I had undiagnosed borderline personality disorder due to all the trauma of my childhood. It makes sense that I was absolutely unwell, and still to this day I am, and I thank God for maturity and for aging, because I feel like that's the only reason why I have come as far as I have. Like, I'm still young in my brain due to the trauma. Like, it's obvious. Everyone says I'm immature, I'm childish, I'm this or that. Like, I do have some age regression, but I mean, I'm fucking 34, so I'm going to be just naturally a little more mature in some areas. And when it comes to me and you, we have not had a falling out in the last good 5 years. That is why I, in my opinion, have been so beyond confused by why all of this is happening. In my opinion, how I saw it was after the whole Kiwi Farms thing, where you were doing all that, genuinely that hurt so bad, but that was the last falling out we had. And I thought that...
And I understand, let's just touch this, because there's a lot to cover, and I get that. And I don't want to ever seem like I'm cutting you off, but I don't want to get too far where we don't handle certain things. I will admit Kiwi Farms was not the nicest thing for an aunt to do. But again, it's when you push me to the end. When I've had enough, I've tried and tried and tried and got slapped around by you.
Now, I think at that time, Amberlynn was kind of pushing the narrative that... She was pushing a lot of narratives that behind the scenes Tammie knew wasn't really true. Kind of her weight loss stuff, her talking to her mom, and the buildup of and writing a letter to my mom and just making it part of her content and talking about it, but then not really following through in the background.
By your lies, by your manipulation. And again, I have it in text. So it's not just hearsay. It's stuff that I can say, Amber, this is what I said, this is what you said. And it's not just in your 20s. Like you say, you're in your 30s now, right? Mm-hmm. You say we've had a good relationship for the last 5 years. I beg to differ, but it's because I started pulling away. I don't know anything about a lot of your last relationships for a reason, right? Otherwise, I'd have a lot to say.
Well, I'm glad you don't know anything about Feline because
I would have told it. You're right.
Because I don't want her aired out. That is no one's business to do so. Because it just seems like...
Did you not...
Well, right there, Amberlynn knows that she can't trust Aunt Tammie because anything she tells Tammie, Tammie's going to tell everyone whenever it's convenient for her to tell.
You had a lot to tell us about her the whole time coming here, and then when you got here, you said nothing. Yeah,
because
that's part of the games that you play.
It's not a game. My mom knows everything.
Elizabeth, there was some Kiwi Farm stuff that was going on in 2016. I think it was the summer of 2016. No, 17. Sorry, 17. Right after she had broken up, she was in between Destiny and Beck. So, and that was when her mom was almost coming out of prison. Her mom just found out she had cancer as well, while she was in prison. So I think there was, and then Amberlynn, there was something about her dad too, where she had shared a story about her dad, and Aunt Tammie didn't like that. That was part of the live stream when they were fighting on, I think it was June 15th, 2017. Yeah, they were fighting about Amberlynn making a video talking about messaging her dad about something, and then Aunt Tammie just got mad because anytime that anyone's mentioned in the family, Tammie has an issue with it. So, I'm not sure exactly what happened in 2019 yet. So yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what Tammie was doing in 2019.
But you know nothing because we never got to that level because I read through the lines. You did not want anything to do with me.
And let's talk about the most important part of this equation, my sister. You act like you have a great relationship with my sister today, and that's a lie. You talk horribly to my sister. You treat her like shit. You make her your taxi, your Uber, your this, your that. I hear it all, Amber. And you should realize that by now. I don't have to be in your physical presence to hear about what goes on in our family. And I think you can tell by what I say, I know what I'm saying, because you know it. You've been there. You have treated my sister like shit so many times since you've been here. and you try to control her, and you make her take time off work to do the stupidest shit. Things that you could schedule when she's not at work. But because you only think of you, you do it over and over and over and over and over again.
I would like to speak, please.
Okay.
What I'm hearing you say is that grandma is telling you things, and I think we can both admit she gets her stories completely wrong a lot of the time. I'm around her, so I know this. I hear her speak and say stories of things that happened while I was there, and she has it so twisted and confused, I can't even believe it. So when you're saying that spaghetti story, do not remember that at all in the slightest.
And then, from then,
Because, yeah, Amberlynn never forgets or gets things mixed up in her stories. Just grandma.
try getting you through the foster care because you painted the story. It was so bad.
Secondly, I do not make my mom take off of work. She has taken off of work a couple times, and it was either for vet reasons for my animals, or it was for reasons where I had to go to the doctor, like because I had to go to get a test done or whatever it may be. And they weren't open. Like, I don't know what to say about that. Like, they weren't
I just hear
open.
excuses with that. Sorry, vets have Saturday services. Vets have after-hours services. My sister gets off at
May I finish
4 and
what I was
5.
saying?
So you could do that. So she did take it off for that. You going to the doctor? Okay, that's not an excuse. You can make an appointment. You can take an Uber. I mean, you can do DoorDash. You can take an Uber to a doctor's appointment. My sister doesn't have to lose money to take you.
Well, she doesn't lose money.
Yes, she does.
She doesn't lose money for leaving a couple hours at work. Her job is very nice like that.
I guess Amberlynn doesn't understand what an hourly wage is. Because, you know, when you're not working for those couple hours, which will turn into like 10 to 2 here instead of like a 2-hour thing. It'll be 4. Yeah, there is some money being lost there because those are hours that she could be earning money. But, you know, Amberlynn just thinks everyone has money or something.
And when that
She's
happened,
taken more than a couple hours. She's taken days off for you. Anyway.
she has not.
That's the least of our importance, but you don't treat my sister well, and I just want you to know that I'm very aware of it, and so is she.
My mom has never taken days off of work. I have never asked her to do that. She has taken hours. So say I have an appointment at 11, she'll get off at 10 and then go back to work maybe 12 or 1. So that has happened maybe 3 times since I've been here, and I've been here for 2 years now. As for the vets, I finally got a vet that is open on the weekends because I do not want her taking off of work. And I think having a...
Yeah, her exes weren't just scared of saying no to her. They were scared of, like, correcting her language.
Doctor's appointment and my mom actually wanting to be there by my side during those times, it says more good than it does bad. I would...
Drox, yeah, how did she drive you to Wisconsin and back with her taking time off? Yeah, and she doesn't really mention that. She just thinks she means for errands around the city or whatever that she's doing. She's not even counting the time that she took her to Wisconsin.
Never force my mom to do anything. I ask her, and more than anything, she offers.
More than anything, she offers. Thought that was funny. Hot tea, hello, good to see you. Drox, yeah, I'll never understand why Mama Lynn did that. Took her out, well, why she did it without having a plan of maybe doing a pit stop or something, but Mama Lynn had to get back to work probably. That was probably her 2 days off in the week, and she spent it driving Amberlynn. Now, if she wanted to get a third day off, Amberlynn should have offered, hey, do you want to, like, get a hotel room and we'll hang out and, like, you know, make it kind of like a fun road trip rather than a really long, never-ending one, you know? I was just so surprised that she, like, basically had them driving the whole time.
I guess it just depends who tells the story.
Huh?
I guess it just depends who tells the story, but I hear you.
It's unfair to me that you're believing like gossip. It's sad because it makes me not even want to have a relationship with my grandma, because when I go over to...
She doesn't want to have a relationship with you, so don't worry about that at all.
Oh, burn. Oh my gosh. Tammie here, just trying to took a sword to their relationship, severing Grandma Lynn's and Amberlynn's relationship here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so she was saying how she doesn't think she even wants to have a relationship with Grandma. I'm like, okay, so you heard some things that Tammie said, and it definitely probably made you feel like you didn't want a relationship with Tammie, because that's what we're seeing here. That Tammie's telling you stuff. You literally, in the last hour, had not even spoke a word to Grandma Lynn. Grandma Lynn's not doing anything to you. It's what Tammie's doing to you and putting on Grandma Lynn that's making Amberlynn go, maybe I don't want to have a relationship with my grandmother. Which I guess makes sense, you know, if she thinks she's talking behind your back. But right now, she's letting Tammie come in between her and her grandmother's relationship, when she could be like, I know that Grandma's like that, but as long as she's being nice to me, to my face, then maybe I should continue to have a relationship with her, since she's, like, you know, so unwell. Oh my goodness.
That's why you don't go over to her house. When's the last time you went over, besides the very last time? Besides that one, Amber, when's the last time you were over at my mom's?
2 weekends before that.
Yeah. I know you guys take pictures and you put it in your videos, so I pretty much know when you're here. And also, I was talking to my mom about 3 to 5 times every single day. So to think I don't hear what goes on every single day, pretty obvious I do. You know my mom. You know how she is, right?
Yes, that I'm also like confused because...
So like she'll tell you one thing, she'll tell my sister one thing, she'll tell me one thing. We all know this. You don't get up till after 3, so my sister can't do this or that with my mom because, you know, Amber, she don't get up till after 3. I don't know how many times I'd hear that over and over and over again.
Drox. Yeah, you're right. They thrive on any kind of, like, toxic behavior. Loves to keep a secret. Loves it. Doesn't understand when you're outside of the home and acting out. Anyway. Yeah, Amberlynn's, we're watching Amberlynn's relationship with her grandma crumble right now, because Tammie just keeps, like, backing that bus up and running her over again. Oh my gosh. She's really, really trying to, like, sever their relationship for sure. Oh my god. Hottie. Yes, yeah, so she made sure to get up before 3 p.m. and do a live yesterday to prove she's up before 3 a.m. And you know what she said? She's been up since 4 a.m. Oh my goodness.
She can't make any plans with my mom to go do her nails or bingo anymore because she has to Amber. It's all about Amber.
If I'm being...
Now Grandma doesn't really want to hang out with her all the time. It seems that way, huh? I think Grandma's getting sick of Amberlynn already and wants it to just be her and And Mama Lynn, I guess. Invisible Cord, hello, good to see ya.
If I'm being quite frank, I only see my mom once a week. It is on Saturdays. Sometimes Sundays, that is when we will go to grandma's. But that's the only time I see my mom. I don't see her throughout the week. I talk to her on the phone. I message her. I see how she's doing and stuff, obviously.
So you guys don't go to Friday bingo no more?
No, I do not.
And I think that goes back to Amberlynn still being with Emily and having that toxicity around Mama Lynn. She probably doesn't want to hear that stuff.
I go to bingo once a week, and it's on Saturday. So I spend 24/7 alone, and I feel like it actually has made me grow. Like, no pun intended, not like that. But I love living alone. I love being alone. But anyways, I'm gonna start rambling about that. Back to grandma. I'm actually taken aback right now because when I'm around her, we laugh like, oh my God, I can't even, like, it hurts our ribs. We laugh so much. We have such a good time. Like, I help her when she's walking. Like, it's just confusing because we always have such a good time. And I never, besides on my birthday, that was. Are
like, you gonna tell me that you guys have never gotten an argument while you've been about the way that you talk to my sister?
On my birthday, we got into an argument. We did, but.
And Amberlynn thinks it's funny. I wonder what it was about. And I think Tammie here says because of the way you treated or talked to your mother. And Amberlynn's just kind of like laughing like, yeah, okay, yeah, we did get into a little spat. Trying to laugh about it like it wasn't a big deal, but it probably was something that Amberlynn, you know, probably needed to address and change, but maybe she hasn't. I don't know. Who knows what the fight was about? Does anyone know what that fight was about? Between Grandma Lynn and Amberlynn on Amberlynn's birthday? A couple days right after Christmas.
Also got into it about having my sister give you your shots too, right?
So I started crying and my mom was like explaining how she's totally fine with it and stuff. And it started.
I started crying. She said. Okay, so first off, I turned the waterworks on so that it would make her feel like I was really upset to put her in a situation where she had to be around needles, something that could trigger her because it's something that she could associate with drug use again. So Amberlynn's was like, you know, trying to work it up so that like her mom's gonna like feel bad that she's crying and say, no, it's okay, I'm gonna help you, and this is how I'm gonna help you.
Make me feel guilty, where I was like, is my mom actually like just saying she's not triggered? But no, she's not triggered because she wants to take.
You made her be like that, Amber. You made her feel like she can't tell you no because you keep bringing up the past all the time.
May I finish what I was saying?
Now she owes you everything. So
Sonia, hey. Yeah. She'll say, Amberlynn will say that she helps grandma walk. So they're just, did she say that? That she helps her grandma walk. So, you know, she should be super grateful for her. They have so much fun together. She helps her walk. It's great. It was like Tammie and Amy Slayton when they're going into the water to go swimming. And Amy goes, it's the blind leading the blind here. Going into the casino.
She's afraid to tell you no.
May
She
I
didn't want
finish?
to do that.
May I finish what I'm saying?
Continue now.
My mom no is her favorite word. She tells me no about a lot of things constantly, and I just accept it for what it is. I just say, okay, I call it a day. So that's not true.
Hot tea. Okay, Aunt Tammie went live in Jordy's stream last night, and she said that Amberlynn's grandma complained about how Amber and her mom come over and talk about how they talk about what they want when she's dead. Apparently, Amber and her mom constantly make comments about grandma dying, and that upsets grandma. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Oh my gosh. Walking around her house, just assessing everything, be like, oh, this is cute. I know where I'll put that on my shelf next year. You know, when you're dead. Oh my god. I totally believe it, because the reason why Aunt Tammie and Mama Lynn got in a fight in the first place was over grandma's house. Because, they're, already, deciding that stuff, and grandma's not even gone yet. This is ridiculous. Grandma's, up and doing things and around and going out with them and stuff, and they're like, well, grandma's gonna be gone in a month. What should we, how should we split her assets here? Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, I was saying earlier in the stream that I haven't watched the live stream last night, Jordy's, where Tammie went live, or went to talk to him live. So I'll have to watch that after this. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what else Tammie had to say after all this, after she had it out with Amberlynn. Actually, I figured this might be the last time that we hear from Aunt Tammie. But then again, she's not done yet, I guess, if she went over on Jordy's.
Because whenever I tell you no, I got to go on and on for fucking hours and text. I'm a horrible person.
So again, I'm not in my 20s anymore. So
I'm not talking about just your 20s.
We obviously are, because I mean, me and you, we haven't even talked in 2 years. So it's like, how can you sit there and still hold me to some standard of who I was in my 20s or when we talked more? I've changed even in the last year.
Well, see, Amberlynn, you're still the same person. Maybe you've changed, but you're still Amberlynn Reed. You still are that person that did those things. So that's why she's holding you accountable, because who else is going to be accountable for it? You were there. You were the one who did it. Now you have to, learn from it and change. Or just keep arguing about it for the next 20 years. I mean, it's up to you.
Videos, Amber, you are recycle, repeat. There's nothing new about you right now. You are the same person you were yesterday, last week, last month, last year.
Pretty similar. Yeah, for sure. Hot tea, that's so funny. Yeah, she does sound like Roseanne. Aunt Tammie.
Watch your videos. Watch reaction videos. It shows it over and over again. Rinse, cycle, replay. You haven't changed, Amber. I wish you had, but you haven't.
Okay.
Do you know why me and your mom's not talking?
Yes.
Can you tell me the reason?
You guys had an argument?
Over what?
Over personal family things?
Nothing's personal. I mean, what you've aired out about our family already, I don't think we have much more to hide, do we? So I don't think this one stands above the rest. So what's your story? What's the reason?
Drox. When she talks about Beck, she says it was 8 years ago. Yeah, when they met, so that's what she counts. She doesn't count it as only 4 years ago now. Because it was June or July of 2021 when they broke up. So she was still doing that stuff, and then the ways that she treated Beck after the breakup Ooh. I don't know if that was worse than during the relationship or not. Probably not, because Beck had to, like, But it wasn't great. There was not much learned. I mean, yeah, no, she probably is still gonna treat, well, she got away with a lot with Beck. I don't think, I don't know what's gonna happen with Tammie here, or how that's gonna end. I just have a feeling it didn't end yet.
My mom thought she was getting grandma's house, and obviously that meant a lot to her because my mom loves grandma with all her heart. And she wanted to keep it in the family. And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and explain her feelings, but it was deep reasons, not shallow reasons. So I just want to make that clear.
Well, I'm going to make it clear the true story.
I didn't get to
on this recording.
I did.
Drox. Amberlynn said, I've grown, I've changed, but girl, you were just telling us how you were chasing Emily around the house, screaming at her, keeping her awake all night because she wouldn't fight with you. That was 8 months ago. That was 8 months ago. And then Elizabeth says, pantless. You're so right. Oh my gosh, you're so right. She's always pantless. But, okay, so I was reviewing those, frightening, indeed. I was reviewing those messages that the ex of Emily's ex, that Megan girl that Amberlynn was talking about, apparently Tammie had her, like, go around pantless and otherless, but so I'm thinking that they were saying that Amberlynn was probably doing that too, and then Amberlynn kind of confirmed that that's indeed what happens around Tammie's house. So I wouldn't want to be like the news guy or the news the paper boy is what I was gonna say. Anyone really just going up to the door to knock on it and greeted, looking in the window. Oh no, like the door window if there's like one of those, Yikes.
You can share it with your mom, and you can share it with all your people, and then the truth will be out whenever you're done with your side.
I didn't get to finish.
I'm sorry.
So when my mom found out that wasn't the case, it shocked her for a lot of deep personal reasons. And it made her very upset. And she reacted out of that upsetness. And you guys got in an argument.
Okay. So that's the story that you know.
May I ask you why you think this matters in this moment?
Because it shows you guys' character, your behavior, what I put up with in this family, what I have put up with, what I still put up with.
And it's the reason why that Amberlynn isn't hanging out with her aunt more, because of this particular argument that Tammie and Mama Lynn had. So I guess that's why it matters, right? Kind of what the tension was about when Amberlynn first moved there.
It shows a lot. It shows that a sister, your mother, my sister, who nobody will doubt for a second, I was her keeper. I was her person. I was the person who showed up for her time and time again, paid for her. I mean, would you argue with that?
Holding it above her head isn't fair, especially...
I'm not holding. I'm just saying, everyone knows in the family it's me that did all that. I was the one who loved my sister beyond measure for decades.
Okay.
And was always there for her every time she needed me.
To me, it feels like your goal in this, like, going public thing is to make my mom look bad and to make me look worse.
No,
and
it's to show that your mom, just because she got clean and sober, doesn't make you a good person automatically. There's still behaviors that need to be changed.
My mom,
and this was a big one.
my mom is a good person, and I've never, like, she's not even a good person who does bad things. She genuinely is a good person who does good things. Like, having...
Okay, so I get where she probably thinks that, you know, but Aunt Tammie's here saying, like, there's still some progress to be made here in order to have, like, a healthy, functioning relationship with others, but Amberlynn's just like, nope, she's perfect. Nothing needs to be changed. Elizabeth, I don't know if Amberlynn could look worse. Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, we're not really surprised about much.
I'm not going to sit here and bash my sister tit for tat for you, but you know what I mean. It's real rich coming from you. Real rich.
Calling my mom a good person who does good things, how does that make me real rich?
Of course she's a good person and she does good things. When she found recovery, she'd give other homeless people money all the time and help people all the time. Her heart was good. She did homeless bags for the homeless, keeping with the tradition that I started, which of course on the video, you guys might get like it's your thing, which I thought was cute and hurtful at the same time, because I did the homeless bags when my sister was homeless and out there. I continued during the Christmas times with me and my husband. Then sister came into the picture and me and sister did them together. But what happened this year? Amber and sister did it. And then, oh yeah, we did. This is a tradition. It's a number 3 in our family.
Another instance where Tammie feels left out and has to lash out about it. Has to make sure that we know that it was something that originated with Tammie. You can see where Tammie's looking for some attention here as well. And I don't think it's just from viewers. I think she's looking for specifically from attention from her family.
Those are intentional slaps to me. You know I watch your videos. You guys know I'm going to see that, and you know what it does to me.
When I went to go see my cousin Crystal, when I did homeless bags, when I say the number 3, I'm not thinking of you. I'm not thinking, ooh, my aunt's going to see this. Like, that's paranoia talking, and that's it.
No, it's not. At the end of the day, your mom says that she is a Christian and she's in sobriety, and you know, you have to learn to forgive, right? But when the thing happened about the house, which we still haven't covered, when it happened though, and it wasn't my doing, it started with my mom, and I handled it the correct way. Sister got mad at me. So all this time, I thought she was not talking to me about 2 statements that I made during that time. Turns out, nope, it's just about the house. Okay. So we go back to the beginning of the house when we originally talked about the house with my mom. I am buying my first home. So in their minds, I have a home, which is not factual. I'm paying out the ass for my home every month. I don't own it. The bank owns it. So I'm buying my home. My sister, just getting clean and sober, we honestly didn't know, obviously, if she'd even stay clean and sober. So my mom was wondering about the house. How could we have my sister in the house? Well, as most people know, even the younger of younger know that normally in a family situation, you do it 50-50 between 2 siblings. And if the one sibling wants to live in the house, they buy out the other sibling. So let's just put a number of $80,000. Let's say the house is $80,000. How would your mom ever come up with $40,000 to pay me out based on what we knew then? And I, being the good sister, said, let's not worry about that. Sister can move in the house, and when it comes time for her paying me out, I don't care if she gives me $250 a month for the rest of her life, as long as she has a home.
Hot tea. Yeah, I totally agree. Amber truly couldn't care less about any of this. She won't ever care as long as her delusional bubble she lives in isn't popped. And she's fed and comfy to buy junk. Yes, I agree. Yes, remember how I said earlier that she has those moments of disassociation, she says during this? I feel like these are one of those moments where this is not stuff that she wants to talk about. It's not something that she has to, like, get defensive and then offensive about the situation because it doesn't really concern her. So she's bored by it because, yeah, it's not about her.
Right? That's a good sister. Then you fast forward. Now, as you know, your mom's going to have 10 years clean. She's in the same apartment, same relationship, same job, doing very well, has a nice little nest egg. She's doing great. Couldn't be more proud of her success and her sobriety. So when we're in California, my mom starts it, not me. She starts the conversation over and over how people are saying it's not fair that most families split it 50-50, yada, yada, yada.
Who are these most people that Grandma Lynn's talking about? Who she's going to sell or how she's going to give the house to her daughters? Like, and then it sounded like while they were on this trip that Mama Lynn went to see Amberlynn's dad and Aunt Tammie was pissed about that. So, like, Grandma already knew that there was some tension between them and she's just like, how can I create more tension? Because I'm bored today. That's what it seems like.
She even talked to my Uncle Ron out there about it. And that's what happened outside of the hotel that day. They were smoking cigarettes. Your mom's sitting on a bench. I'm standing to the side. My mom brings up the house thing. And I look at my mom and I say, Mom, now is not the time. Sister overhears this and questions, What was that? And I tell her, now is not the time. She says, no, I already heard it and I already have it set in my mind that that's my house. So a fight starts, even though I tried to avoid it.
I can also picture Amberlynn and her mom just walking around Grandma's house and saying, this is where the wall's going to go down and this is where we'll put this wall up, and just totally renovating it in their heads before making all these plans and stuff. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she's messy.
I said two things pretty, I guess, shitty, but you know, when you're arguing, we do that. I'm human too. So I did say, number one, you would never be able to buy a house. You would have to have a house given to you, just like our mother. And number two, you're right. You'll never have a marriage like mine because it takes work and dedication and love and nurturing, which she would never. And if you lie about your mom's relationship with Steven, that's just a whole new level. It's horrible.
Elizabeth, yeah, Amberlynn seems desperate to see her mom as some kind of angel. And, you know, Mama Lynn probably does a good job of kind of hiding the not so honest part of herself almost, you know? Like, she probably does a good job of keeping her spirits up while Amberlynn's around to kind of, like, you know, reassure her that everything's okay. Yeah, exactly, though, apart from when she's reminding her of how awful she is. Or she was, yes, exactly. And that's why Tammie had pointed out, what do you mean? That's rich coming from you because you've been complaining about your mom for the last 25 or 35 years. Before you were born. Yeah, so it's really weird that Tammie here is going to bring up Mama Lynn's relationship with what she says, the same man for 10 years. You know, Aunt Tammie had just said that. But yeah, I guess it's not so great.
So tell the story you want to tell, but I got that juice too. So, anyway, back to the house though. So there was our little fight. And then I kept saying, I told you now is not the time. Not wanting to throw my mom under the bus, talking her shit. I'm trying to have peace. So then, the next day, whatever, a few hours later, whatever it is, your mom says, sister, can we just put this at rest right now and enjoy our vacation? And I
Hot tea. This bores me. I'm starving. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what she's thinking right now, too.
yes, and I thought we did. And then it's a big issue again. I can't tell the whole story because then it throws my mom underneath the bus, right? Well, it gets worse. And the only reason why I'm letting this out is for me. Not for you, not for sister, not for my mom. This is for me. This is the family we come from. My mom and I went to her lawyers, had her trust changed. Totally different scenario. And she wanted to die having my sister think that she's getting that house. And
The drama. Okay, now we know that Grandma Lynn is messy. Oh my goodness. Elizabeth. She immediately ordered DoorDash after the stream. Probably. I think that's what happened. Actually, didn't she get McDonald's? Is this the night she got McDonald's? And then she says, and I vlogged it. She loves those double cheeseburgers, she said. No McNuggets. I think I remember that from the live stream. The second one, yeah. Or from the 18th. Yeah, so that's crazy. Mama Lynn's just gonna, change up the will secretly and they won't know until after she's gone. Man, that's so weird. People do that. Hide secrets right until they're gone. It's like, okay. I get it. Some are probably life altering but the same time, it's like, well, it's probably going to eventually come out if after you die. And then you're going to leave that there for them to fight about? Oh my gosh. So then she'd have, yeah. She likes to get the last laugh, it seems like.
that trust is red. Boy, would your mom's head would have fucking turned. Because you'd be shocked at the difference what that trust says. There is rules and stipulations that your mom would have to follow to get anything. My mom wanted me.
Oh man, so that's what's going on now. They're going to be arguing about this for the next months to come. Mama Lynn, Grandma Lynn. I wonder if they'll still be going to bingo together. Maybe they'll go, but they'll have to be at different tables so they don't get into an argument right at the bingo hall and disrupt everyone's Friday night bingo.
To hold that in the whole time while looking at my sister in her face, thinking that she was getting this house. My mom wanted to die and let my sister find out after. That's the kind of stress I carry for this family.
That's a pretty big one. That is stressful. That's oh man. That's irritating.
If I tell sister, then sister and my mom will not have a relationship again. I'll be the bad one, right?
Okay, well, so is that what happened then? They don't have a relationship because you just told. So now, well, just assume that Grandma Lynn and Mama Lynn don't have a relationship because of Tammie leaking the tea here about Grandma Lynn's wills and last testaments.
I took it, and I said nothing, and it continued to put separation in between me and my sister. Therefore, you jumped on board and continued to be separated as well. That's how this broke down.
All right, so We have that all? Amberlynn's gonna ask, so what did I do to you in the last 2 years? And Aunt Tammie just spent the last half hour telling us what's been going on over the last year or 2 years, why they're arguing. And then Grandma Lynn trying to put this more of a wedge between her two daughters because she wants one daughter to keep a secret from the other. Meanwhile, carrying on this relationship, pretending to be all happy with this one, but then secretly being miserable with Tammie. It's exhausting. So now, so Amberlynn's gonna be like, but what did I do to you? She's saying, because of all of this, you've decided that you don't want a relationship with me either. It seems like they should just be cutting Grandma Lynn off, but I guess that's going to happen soon anyway, but because she seems to be the in-betweener that's causing all the issues. But they are their own people, so they can make their own choices, and I guess they're just going to have to, would rather... They should probably talk to each other, just like this, rather than going through Grandma Lynn, because that's not getting them anywhere.
Okay.
So there you go.
I just don't understand what this has to do with anything.
Anything being Amberlynn. Of course she doesn't see, because she doesn't want to see it. Meanwhile, we're hearing Tammie's skull cracking from her brain bursting because she can't comprehend how Amberlynn can't comprehend what the hell is going on around her. Oh my gosh.
Shows your maturity.
Well,
But at the end of the day, you are who you are. I am who I am. Largely, it's because of our family. The difference between me and you is you will always play victim, and I will always look to heal. I tried my best with you, Amber. I was never enough. I will never be enough. And as this life unfolds, I see it more and more clear. I can't see how I can devote decades to two people that can literally throw me to the side for no reason at all.
can I...
And you brought up going to visit Crystal. That was hurtful too. Because you know I don't have my daughter in my life. You probably even know more reasons than I do.
Hot tea, yeah. Family therapy and counseling wouldn't be a bad idea if they're gonna hang out all together all the time. Well, Drox, Amber has said that she has brain deformities from trauma. I wonder if she had a stress test done like Amy Slayton did. 13% function? No, 14% of its function? That'd stress you right out.
Regardless, you and my sister both know what that daughter has done and is doing, and you guys both chose to go visit her. Where was she when you needed anything? Where was she when sister needed anything? Never, not once did she step up and help out. She's a user and a manipulator and a greedy, money-hungry person, just like you guys. That's why you guys get along. I don't get along with my daughter because just like you, I don't let people get away with their shit. I say the truth and you guys can't handle it.
So I visited Crystal because she's my cousin and I love her. And I genuinely enjoyed being around her. And I can't wait to see her again. And that's the truth.
Well, good. I hope you guys live a miserable life together. I really don't care. The fact that you went and seen her, period, knowing what you know, shows enough for me. It's okay.
Knowing what you know. I don't think we ever really hear much about why Tammie doesn't talk to her other daughter, but they did bring it up before. So I guess it is kind of a topic to talk about. But Tammie had said, Elizabeth, this family's DNA is something. Yeah, it sure is. Tammie had said something about how she had all the grandkids over. So like all of her kids. And then the next day, this one Crystal was mad at them for something. So I don't know what kind of. She didn't like the sleepover. I don't know what happened, but Amberlynn or Tammie saying, knowing what you know about her. I'm like, oh goodness. But yeah, I don't think she really gets into that, which it really doesn't matter, but it's just something else that doesn't matter, but they bring up.
So I just feel like conversation keeps floating back and forth because like we keep going off on different topics, but
well, of course it's decades of trauma.
Yeah, I'm mainly.
Look, there's another reason why they should do the family counseling for sure. Yeah, she says, well, yeah, it's decades of trauma. Like, yeah, you should probably do this with a mediator in the room. Not with a bunch of people just like, giving our half-ass opinions on anything. Because it doesn't really affect us any.
I'm only trying to focus on what's happened in the last couple of years because I, like, when me and you made up again, especially like, 4 years ago or whatever, like that meant something to me. And that's why I don't know why we keep going backwards instead of forwards. So that's why I'm very much stuck in the last, couple of years.
It's because of all the lies, even current. I watch another thing that you said that was so far from the truth is that you talked something about gift giving and that you used to send me gifts and no matter what, it was never enough. Why do you say shit like that when it's so far from the truth? I have videos of me opening up your gifts, crying, because I'm so happy. And it's not a show for anyone. I've never sent it to anyone. I was going to send it to you, but never did. But I would be full of emotion just getting anything from you because you were my niece. And I'd sent you gifts back. And we had that going until my sister came in the picture, and then that ended, just like everything else. It's like you come in the picture and things end for my sister, and then my sister comes in the picture and things end for us. Weird, huh?
So back to what I was saying.
She didn't listen to any of that. She just goes, okay, so back to what I was saying, instead of listening to Tammie go on about the gift giving thing. About how unappreciative she didn't appreciate Amberlynn saying that she was unappreciative for the gifts that she was sending on Tammie. And we did see a video that Amberlynn did. I don't know if she was doing them. I don't remember her opening a gift in the 2014 or 15. No, it's 15, yeah, for sure. So in 2015 was when Amberlynn filmed a video when she had just moved in with Destiny. It was in December, of a gift that Tammie had sent, and it was like the like shawl and I think some kitty earrings and a picture, because she works at Hallmark. So she did like a photo shoot picture card, kind of a Christmas thing with her and her husband Brian. Because she goes, this is my Aunt Tammie and her boyfriend Brian. And she shows us the picture, and Destiny goes, your aunt looks fake. We're like, well, it could be photoshopped or something. Then they couldn't understand why she was so upset with them. No, I don't think she was upset because of that, but yeah, so they did do like gift exchange, and so if Amberlynn was filming it and putting in her vlog, I'm sure like Tammie probably filmed it and sent it to her as well.
So after Thanksgiving, like I did message you randomly in December, and why wasn't that enough for you to invite me to Christmas?
So she doesn't think Aunt Tammie's doing enough, but it's like, why didn't you invite Tammie to Christmas? You know? Like, why didn't you say something about it either? She is putting this all on Tammie, but she really didn't try to initiate anything to, like, hang out during Christmas time. Or would have saw the messages.
Because we went the whole month of October that you were here. I get to see you. Then I got to see you in November because I invited you to Thanksgiving. And besides that, the only text I think I have is for the vape. And then nothing in December until you asked something, I think it was COVID, how I was doing from COVID. And I answered that even while I was sick. And then you...
Amberlynn's not even listening. She's like scrolling through her on the computer. She's not even listening right now.
said Merry Christmas on Christmas, and the day after, I think it was like at 7:30 in the morning, I told you happy late Christmas. Obviously, I was pretty sick at the time, and then nothing past that. Nothing in January, nothing till February 24th where you sent me the picture. By then, I was done.
Oh, look, she's like, it was. So, yeah, she was going through to get the text messages so that she could have the text messages in front of her to, as a reference to, Tammie talking about them.
You had been here since October, and I seen you once. No, twice. The day I was in your apartment, and then...
It was February 1st where I messaged
it's still
you.
February.
Oh, man.
I messaged you and asked if you wanted to hang out with me, Eric, and Ricky. Like, I was literally...
I was out of town, Amber.
I know, but that was my way of showing you, like, I'm thinking of you because I know you really liked them at the time. And, like, that was my way of, like, I don't know, an olive branch, something, because I genuinely was not choosing sides.
So again, she wanted to hang out with Aunt Tammie, but only if she had someone there with her. So it's like this weird thing that she just doesn't want to, she doesn't feel comfortable being alone with Tammie.
Like you said, Grandma told you I was quote unquote boo-hooing over it because I was hurt. Like, I was excited to come here and have you in my life, like, genuinely.
Why didn't you text me?
I did.
Why didn't you text me and say, like you have before, again, I have probably 25 of them. Auntie, what can we do to fix this? Auntie, I don't want to lose you. I'm sorry I said this, or this. Auntie, I'm sorry. I pushed you away because this is what I do to people. How many times have I gotten those messages? But this chapter, I didn't get nothing even close to that when you knew it was between me and my sister fighting. You could have at any time said, Auntie, I understand you're having a problem with my sister right now, but I still want to see you. Can we have lunch?
Because I was...
You want to come over?
Like I said, I was trying to read between the lines when I noticed that you weren't texting me at all, ever. It made me realize maybe she doesn't want anything to do with me. Like, when I wasn't invited to Christmas, when I didn't get a happy birthday, when I wasn't receiving texts from you.
So I know she keeps going back on the Christmas and birthday thing, even though they already went over that, saying Tammie was sick. That's why you didn't get an invite. But, like, they're not talking about, like, well, maybe after Christmas we could have all got together or something. So she's just like Tammie's not getting over these things. Amberlynn isn't taking the explanation of, well, we were sick for an answer. She wants it to be like, the reason for Tammie not reaching out is not because they were sick, but because they didn't want to hang out with Amber. But Amberlynn just kind of wants her to admit that that's why, rather than because they were sick.
When all you did was hurt my love and miss you, like that, those were my small ways of like opening the doors to a relationship with you. And you were not stepping through the door. Like, that's the best way to put it. And it's just like, what was I supposed to do with that? I was starting to genuinely feel like a fool.
Well, I'm looking at the text right now as we speak, and we just got two different sides. That's all I can say. And I don't know what else to say besides that. I mean, I have it in front of me, Amber, so you can't turn it a different narrative. You know what I mean? It's right here.
I also have it in front of me.
And how many, you say I never tried to be a good aunt. You don't think that's hurtful to hear you say that? When I have, how many, what was those?
Amberlynn taking a deep breath before Aunt Tammie starts up again.
Things called slap books, slam books, something like that. 200 and something questions. I did.
Yeah, she was really into the slam books when she was living with Destiny, for sure. She started bringing them out again, and she was like asking people at work to fill them out and stuff, which is like writing down questions just so people can answer them and you get to know them better. And so, yeah, it seems like she was doing that via text message with her aunt.
Multiple times throughout the years with you. Even when I'm working, busy as hell, in between customers, texting you answers because you're like, answer my questions, all the time. But yet you don't know me from shit. You didn't even know how old I was.
I don't know
I'm your
anyone's
mom's
age.
younger sister by 2 years.
I don't know anyone's
Your mom
age.
is 56. So how could you think I was in my 40s?
Because I don't know anyone's age.
Because you don't put any energy into anything except what you do.
If I don't put any energy into everything,
You would know my date, my birthday.
Okay.
You only have one aunt.
Okay.
It's not that hard.
I have multiple aunts, but you're the only one that is in my current life. But
I mean, if you want to talk about blood, I guess, but you have one aunt.
I don't have one aunt.
Yeah, you do.
I don't have one aunt.
Oh, okay. I guess I have never met your other aunts.
Aunt Kathy.
I don't know.
It was her daughter.
I don't know your dad's size.
It was her daughter when I was 7 years old.
Like I said, I don't know them. I don't know their names.
Okay, so stop saying I have one aunt when I don't. It's just, it's part of like.
She's just, yeah, she's making it difficult almost by saying, I just have one aunt. And she's not like elaborating. She just wants to make it that Tammie's wrong in this situation and Amberlynn's right, but I'm not going to tell you how. She has multiple. And then she gives a little explanation and it's just like another thing where trauma has to come up again. It's like, oh man. You could have just went along with Aunt Tammie wanting to be special to you as your only aunt. And she gave her, well, you're the only one in my current life. Yes.
All of this nonsense, you say things that aren't real.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm the one aunt that's been in your life since you were how old? I don't know how else to say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
Non-important.
I genuinely do not remember what I was saying. Oh yeah. So you sit there and you say that like, because I don't know your age means I don't care. That's not true. That is genuinely so untrue, because the only example I can like show of that is like, how well do I know you and your likes just based on like when we would gift exchange? Like I knew exactly, like you would always tell me how good of a gift giver I was. And that was based off of a long distance family relationship that we had.
But I never tried. I never tried to be a good aunt, remember?
No,
so how did you learn about me?
I'm letting you know that I do know you. I do learn about you. I'm just not good with birthdays.
I do know you, but you don't know me. You don't know me.
or ages, and that's okay. But don't equate that into me being a bad niece because I don't know your age. That's not fair.
I equate you being a bad niece by all your actions, not just one. That's just one of many.
Okay, but I'm learning.
I mean, how would you feel if I tell you I didn't know your birthday?
I'd be like, I'm not surprised.
Well, it would explain why she didn't wish her a happy birthday this year, or last year, whenever it was. Oh my gosh. Whenever it's convenient for her.
You don't even know how many aunts I have.
Fucking stupid. Oh, God.
What?
That's just, I can't with you sometimes.
Well, I'm saying obviously you don't know much about me because I have repeated.
I obviously knew you had another aunt, Amber, because I've been questioned about it real recently, right? When I again said, I don't know. I know it was George's sister. Obviously, I know your dad's sister is your aunt. I know these things. I just said I'm your only aunt because I'm talking about from my sister. I wasn't talking about your dad's side or somebody who hasn't been in your life in, 2.5 decades. I mean, I just don't know what to tell you past that. I'm sorry I said I was your only aunt.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Because it's like, not even, like, it's just ridiculous, you know? Like, why are they even discussing this? Maybe they just want to hear each other talk. Elizabeth, the bad shoes. Yeah.
Another aunt. Where is she at?
California.
When's the last time you talked to her?
It's been a few years because it's triggering for me. I just, you
don't want to talk about things that happened in your 20s, just years ago, right? But yet you think it's okay to talk about every single thing that happened since the day you were born and use this as an excuse to be the person that you are today.
Because unfortunately, the things that I went through when I was younger, which I only recently found out a couple years ago, led me to have literally brain deformities, which is what is caused borderline personality disorder.
Oh, there it is, the brain deformities.
So unfortunately, these are things that I'm dealing with every single day.
So why don't you get help,
and I'm
Amber,
trying,
so you keep hurting
and I'm
people
trying,
in the weight?
and
She's not listening to Tammie at all, but she's like, why don't you get help, Amber? And Amberlynn's talking about, and I'm trying to get help by doing Zoloft and nothing else. Arguing with you and building Legos for my therapy.
trying very, very hard.
Yeah, and Tammie was saying, like, get the help so you're not hurting other people.
To learn the difference between excuse and reason, because I am tired of making excuses, and now it's just a reason for the way I am and the reason for the way I've acted in the past and current times. And I'm trying very hard to focus on being a better person.
Well, I sincerely wish you all the best in that. You do need some professional help. I know you say that you've gotten it from time to time, but just sitting over a phone call or a video is not extensive help. You need really inpatient at the end of the day.
For real, though. Like, she's needed it since... I'd say, like, right around the time that Destiny broke up with her. Probably would have been a great time, but instead she went and lived with Beck, Eric, and Ricky and just went totally downhill. And then especially should have been in inpatient treatment at that point. I don't know if she does, maybe she just doesn't understand how it works, or she thinks it works one way, or it's just a way of not taking away her freedom, but like there's something super not right with her, but she's okay with being that way. So like but you can't just tell her or lock her up, you know? You can't make her do it. She's got to want to help herself, and I think she's exhausted all the ways that she can try to count calories. So, yeah, I don't know. I think like maybe even like an outpatient treatment would be better for her. But at the same time, then she's left to her own devices and she's not really great at choosing what to do with her time.
But I know that will never happen. But you really do. You really need to take some of your money that you're making off this crap and get yourself some real help from a real counselor, face-to-face, weekly meetings, true medication that can help you, and maybe you can come out on the other side.
Like maybe she could find herself a healthy partner that can help her. Because all the other ones were not healthy partners, for sure.
But all this, the phone calls, the apps and all that, it's not the same. It's not the same. And you do self-diagnose a lot. I hear it. And so you do have some issues. I'm not saying that you don't. Of course you do.
May I know?
But you need professional help to diagnose and treat.
May I know what I have self-diagnosed myself as?
Oh my.
She wants to know. I'm just reading the chat here. She's trying very hard to get better, just like she tried very, very hard to find Rarity. You're all making some, yeah, Drox and Elizabeth, you guys are right. She's gonna die on this hill of waiting to just read up on it and try different drugs, but not actually talk to someone and get proper help. Yeah, like, I'm doing the May... It's the 1st of May, 2018, and she's going through, like, this challenge that she's trying to do. And over the 2-week period of her doing it, and not really doing it, just, like, checking in every day, I guess, with us, she, like, changes what she's doing all the time, and her thing was she was working up to contact a therapist. She contacted the doctor that told her that she was going to get a referral for a therapist 2 months ago, but never did. So Amberlynn's like, okay, maybe I should message her on her online portal thing. So she messaged her, and the doctor said, contact the health department or health authorities or whatever. Amberlynn's like, great. I didn't need my doctor to tell me that. I could have done that on my own. But it seems like she did need the doctor to tell her that because she didn't do it on her own. And then she's like, okay, well, I'm going to wait and I'm going to contact them when they're open on Monday. But until then, I'm just going to do what I've been doing. And then someone messaged her and it's just like, this is a new way of counting calories, doing 600 per meal. Milkshakes, or not milkshakes, but like protein shakes and bars in between. So it's a new way of counting calories for her. So she thinks that might work. And she's going to put off getting better until she talks to a therapist on Monday to see what they say, or a nutritionist, in order to get an actual other meal plan to follow. So she's just like putting it off so much that she's just been putting it off way too long. And then when she actually does it, it's like she dips her toes into the pool and then runs away. She just, she's not really helping herself with it, and then blames it on the, like, things are going wrong in her life kind of thing. So, like, she could be just like, she likes to blow things out of proportion, making bigger deals out of things when they're not. There's just a lot that she could be doing, and she definitely is, like, puts it off for a very long time. Whatever it is she's saying she's going to do, it usually takes her like a month or so to actually follow through with it. Okay, so she asked Tammie here, what she was going to be what she's self-diagnosed herself as, for like all the letters. Was CPS, PSD, or PTSD, PTSD, OCD, OBCD. That's a lot. LMNOPs, you know?
God, so many. Just watch your videos. I don't have time
If
for
it's
it.
so
There's too
many,
many.
I would
There's too many.
I would like you just to name one then.
Elizabeth, yeah, exactly. I know how to lose weight, I just don't do it. And the bee monster takes over. And I can do, yeah, Drox, I can do this on my own. I know all the tools, I just don't use them. And then when she gets new information, she thinks it's like information she's never heard and it's life-changing and this is going to be the one, but it's basically stuff she's heard before, but maybe didn't think about it in this way, but it's also going to be very similar to what she already does. So just like the counting the calories differently for different meals, you know, she's just like, so then I don't have to think about food all the time as much. Like, that's what she's looking for with like a nutritionist too. Somebody who's just going to tell her, this is what you have to eat. But then she doesn't want to eat just that. Like, yeah, so. I'm not sure if she'll find the right thing for her, but I think what she lost a lot of weight from before, but she stopped. It was when she was living with Beck, and it was when the pandemic hit, and she started getting meals that were like from a delivery service of some sort, and they were like home cooked meals. So they were already cooked. She didn't have to cook them. They weren't like the box meals that you cook or whatever that they deliver. Like, I don't know why I can't think of it. HelloFresh, that's one. You know, it wasn't those kind of meals. I think it was like a service within the community, and they were delivering her fresh meals. So she didn't really have to plan out what she was going to eat because it was already there for her. I don't know. I feel like maybe that would be something that might help her a little. So she has to think less about that and can concentrate thinking on other things, you know? Put the spaghetti down. Yeah, well, that doesn't help there, Papa Lynn. Not you, Drox. I mean, like, him just being like, put the spaghetti down. Oh, yeah, great parenting. I won't even talk about it because he doesn't even have any parenting skills from what we've learned.
Just anything. OCD?
That was
BPD, BPOPD. I don't know. Put all the letters in there. I don't give a fuck.
BPD. See, this is where it's like you're supposed to be my aunt, and whether you're angry or not.
Yeah, I was supposed to be.
Whether
right,
you're,
I'm not no more.
Whether you're.
she just disowned her. Oh my God. She's still mad at Amberlynn throughout this whole thing. There's no going back, I don't think. Even if she's like trying, you know, I don't think she's trying to repair. I think she's just trying to like say what she's got to say at the end here. My goodness.
Or not, like, I don't understand like how it's so easy for you to mock mental illnesses that I have.
Amber, I have just as much labels, if not more, than you do. Documented, proved, treated, you name it. I would never make light. It takes a lot to get through these things, but it takes a lot of work that I've put into it. You got me to this point because I've held on for so long, and every time I turn on the fucking TV and I look into my niece, I see more and more and more, and it's disgusting.
I think that maybe what you need to do is probably log off and stop watching my YouTube.
I've tried that before. Do I need to show those fucking receipts too? Where I told you I need to quit watching your videos for my own mental health, and then the text comes, Auntie, are you watching my videos again? No. I really wish you had watched them. I'm sorry, Amber, I can't right now. I am not just another YouTuber. I am your aunt. I want to build a relationship with you, not through YouTube.
You know, when they were having that argument back in June? Yeah, June of 2018 on the live stream, that was something else that Tammie was saying was, I'm not just another YouTuber. And I didn't really understand that. But now I'm kind of getting it. Like, Amberlynn wants to just have a relationship with her aunt through the videos. So she just wants to well, I've already said everything that I want, or like if Amberlynn has a story that she wanted to tell, she's like, I don't want to take the time to call up my aunt and tell her about it when she can just watch my videos. So she's having this like different kind of relationship where she's just like, watch my videos instead of like, hey, let's talk on the phone kind of thing. Because it's like Amberlynn has this, it's more like Amberlynn's getting something out of it knowing that her aunt's watching, but like she doesn't really want her aunt's feedback.
Find out about everything about your life through your YouTube channel. Until you can do that, I'm not watching no more. A couple weeks later, you come back. You watching my videos again? You don't give a fuck about my mental health.
You are talking about things that genuinely happened
20 years ago, yeah.
so long ago. It's like crazy.
It doesn't. So if things that happened years and years ago don't matter, then quit bringing up your past as if they do.
They definitely matter, but like I'm trying to understand, because the whole point of all of this that is happening is because of like recent things within the last couple of years, and I'm genuinely confused.
So here she's gonna kind of ask her, like, I don't understand why you're mad at me now. I thought we were over this. And she doesn't understand that it's still building because there was no like repair. It was like in renovation stage, and she didn't really renovate all the way the relationship after the last falling out. So I don't think Amberlynn understands where Tammie's coming from when she's talking about the past. So when she says she's not like, so then Tammie says, well, you know, if I can't talk about the past, why are you? And then Amberlynn then has to reassess and goes, oh, well, it matters, but it only matters in these situations. Other than that, it's just triggering and we don't need to talk about it. Elizabeth, it's okay. It's okay. We don't know Amberlynn. That's her crazy life she has to live with. It's okay. We're having a good day hanging out. Well, I hope you're having a good day. This doesn't make you rage too much. You just gotta laugh at it, you know? You can't really do much. Like, yeah, it's a sad situation, but you know, at least this isn't your niece or your aunt, you know, and you're having this public catastrophe with them. So it's all good. It's all good, right?
And I still stay confused, and we've been on this conversation for an hour, and it's like I still don't have an answer.
Because she's not listening to Tammie say all the stuff as to our relationship is not good because my relationship with your mother is not good. Like, that's basically what's going on. And then on top of that, there's been no contact. Like, they've had a rocky relationship, and there was no mending. So it's still rocky. And Amberlynn just thinks it's supposed to go back to normal. It's like the craziest thing when you have a fight with someone, it doesn't get resolved. And then the next day, they're just like acting normal like nothing happened. It's so painful to go through that. Because then you're constantly you constantly still have like the anxiousness and the anger even, or, you know, it wasn't solved. So all this stuff that Tammie's bringing up, it's because Amberlynn has been ignoring it and not wanting to fix anything, not wanting Tammie to have any say. Basically, you know, gaslighting her, telling her that, like, I don't understand what's going on the last 2 years then. And then when Tammie says it's been building up, Amberlynn's like, yeah, but what about the last 2 years? The last 2 years you haven't had any kind of relationship. It's just been like on pause, basically. But like, you gotta fix that other stuff before you can just move on and keep going. Because you've got like this broken road behind you. How are you gonna keep moving on? Like, it's just, whew. I know you guys see lots of similarities when you're watching this in your own life to Amberlynn's, but, you know, we got to remember our life is not Amberlynn's, so We don't have to be so upset with it, right? We're just watching it. But there are a lot of similarities when you see this stuff, that like you can see other behaviors and other people when you're watching Amberlynn behave this way, and you're like seeing the similarities. It's hard not to, get a little upset, Elizabeth. Tarot tot. Hi. I hope you're doing all right.
People like you can't see it for what it is. It's just that clear. I mean, I could talk to
And I think it's that and ignores what happened in the past, and is because she's trying to protect her own ego, because she doesn't want to be the bad guy. So like, and she doesn't like, everyone's kind of the bad guy sometimes. You got to take it, But when you're always taking it all the time, like Tammie's the bad guy, Amberlynn does nothing wrong, then at some point Tammie's going to be like, all right, you got it. Like, we're not going to have a relationship unless you can address what you did wrong and actually apologize, instead of saying, if I made you feel that way, or like, if you did. No, I'm telling you, you did. And you're not acknowledging that you did. You're just saying, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. But it's like, oh my God. They have these keywords that they just keep using. And that's, it seems to be what's going on with Amberlynn. She's like, I just don't get it. I don't understand. I don't think she'll really understand, because she doesn't want to understand. Because understanding would mean she would have to admit to her own stuff, which she says that she does sometimes. Particularly, she said she was taking responsibility or accountability, I guess, for her actions with Beck. But now she's not transferring what she learned with the argument with Beck onto the argument she's having here with Tammie. And instead of trying to see things from Tammie's point of view, she's only seeing it from her own, and protecting her ego to make herself feel better. And because she can't see herself she sees herself probably like as someone who can't do bad, Like she said, there's things that she didn't think she would ever admit to when she was fighting with Beck, because those are probably hard things to say, but it was probably pretty therapeutic to be like, yeah, I did that and I'm sorry and I feel bad about it. And if somebody did that to me, I would feel upset about it too. So, and I would want them to apologize to me and actually mean it, rather than just like, well, if you felt that way. No, I didn't. If it did, So I think that's what Tammie's kind of looking for, and it's like she just is not going to stop talking until she gets it. And yeah, I think that sorry, I was looking for something here. Okay, yeah, Drox, that's what it was. That Tammie's doing this online so that she can't take it back. So that this definitely does just like sever the relationship. Because I think at this point, Tammie's just like, you need to know how I'm feeling, and then I'm out.
blue in the face till midnight. And we'll probably still stay right here with you not understanding what's right in front of your face.
Here's another question. Why, after Thanksgiving, did you expect our only conversations to be opened by me instead of you?
I really can't answer that 100%. I don't know. I think I was hurt over I just found out I can't see you without your mom, and then it following through where I didn't get to see you. And then, of course, the only time you reached out was when you wanted something. And then, of course, we're working. We work full-time jobs, we don't just sit around every day. So in between all that, it's not like I have all the time in the world. And I think I was just waiting on you to do the right thing. I've done my part for decades. And then you guys were here. Should have been part of my dream living out, but no, it turned into my own personal hell.
Yeah, because from my point of view, it just seems like you're so mad at my mom. And then now, like, I don't want to insult you, but it just feels like you're bitter that me and my mom are close, and you didn't.
I'm not. I wouldn't have played the middle person all that time if I didn't want you guys close. It doesn't even make sense. This was the goal, you know, the pot at the end of the rainbow was to have my sister clean and you and her enjoy life together. I just didn't know I'd be kicked to the curb in the process. Bitter, I don't think is the right word. Pissed off, I think is more accurate. Because it's disgusting. I don't deserve this.
I genuinely thought I was going to be the one to get, like, I repeatedly would tell my mom she should message you. And, like, I thought I was going to be the one to help with that. And that's why, like, the 3 times we did see each other when my mom was there, like, I was hoping that was going to help. And it's like, it sucks that it didn't.
Which, again, I think is probably from hearing what Grandma Lynn and Mama Lynn were saying about Tammie. So she probably didn't really want to be around her if she knew that it was going to be uncomfortable for her mom. It was going to be, like, uncomfortable for Amberlynn if she has to be around them and they're both fighting, too.
It's genuinely unfortunate. And I just know that, like, I did wrong things, again, like, I've admitted to those, but in the last, like, literally 4 years, I've made.
All right, let's see what happens here. Let's see if she'll, okay. Because she's going back, well, now she's saying 4 years instead of 2. She just doesn't understand.
Sure to be a good niece. I've made sure not to lash out like I used to, especially once I understood why I am the way I am. And it's like, it's made certain situations easier.
Well, it does seem that she was kind of avoiding her aunt. Goalposts keep moving, yeah.
So that's why I'm just, like, so genuinely confused why all of this is happening.
I guess it's that phrase, the straw that broke the camel. I mean, people can only hold it together for so long. And you push, and you push, and you push. What's that saying? Slow death by 1,000 cuts, or whatever he said. That was the most accurate statement that I've ever felt. That's how I feel with you. You cut me, 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 and then you say, where's their blood? Because people come.
Yes, and then she doesn't want to clean it up and just wants her aunt to put a Band-Aid on and just keep trucking along and pretending to be happy together.
Get cut so many times.
You know, because that's what Mama Lynn's doing right now, right? She's taken all of Amberlynn's chaos. Well, I don't think she is as much anymore, it seems like.
That's why.
I'm fully aware of, like, what you're saying, but, like, what did I do in the last?
It's what you didn't do in the last chapter. In the last few months, it's what you didn't do.
But
not what you did.
Okay.
Yeah, which would be taking the steps to repair the relationship. It doesn't really seem that way that Amberlynn wanted to. So then Tammie was getting offended by it.
The thing that you're upset with me for not doing is the same thing that you didn't do either.
Well, besides this that's currently going on, what I have learned about you through your relationships that I've been watching, I don't want you in my life anyway. Even if we could amend this, you're a horrible person in my eyes now. You're vile. You're self-absorbed. You're manipulative. You're abusive. Not only physically, but mentally. So really all this is for nothing, because there is no fixing this. I will never be in your life, my sister's life, or my mother's life for the rest of my life.
She's cutting ties with all of them. Well, guess who's not getting Grandma Lynn's house now? Oh, man. Yeah, right.
And you can take that to the bank and cash it. Have a good night, Amber, and a good life. I wish you nothing but the best. You can talk all your shit that you want online. I give no fucks. Will I still watch it? Probably. Because you're a mind fuck at this point. I am so mind blown at the way you think and the way you act. It's not really a huge surprise coming from our family, and that's sad in itself, but it is what it is.
Elizabeth, you're right. Toxicity seems to be all she knows and what she's comfortable with, which is sad because that's learned from her parents. Treating people poorly is the norm, but she's 34 now, time to change, pooks. Yep. You're right. I mean, you got to look back and be like, hey, that was poor behavior. I don't want to do that again. Like, that's kind of, you got to look back and see like, hey, I didn't like being treated that way, so I don't want to treat other people that way. And if you do it, then, you got to try to recognize it. And if you're not recognizing it, you're not going to change it.
But I am human too. I have been through my own shit. I have healed from my shit as much as I can. This would only take me back if I continue, and I refuse. Because as a 54-year-old woman, I still have some life to live, and I choose to live it. And I choose to live it without your bullshit in it. And you think it's cute to say I'm obsessed with you, that watched all your videos. That's just weird. There ain't nothing weird about that. I wanted a relationship with my niece, and the only way I got it was through YouTube. I lost, you won. I hope you have a great life.
And you would think that would be the end of Tammie, but I guess no, she went on Jordy's stream 2 days later. Which we'll watch in a day or two. Probably 2. Yeah, so that was the call with Aunt Tammie. Aunt Tammie just hung up. So watch it. Amberlynn's kind of like quiet here for a little bit, so it's just kind of like gonna feel a little weird, but I just thought it was kind of interesting, her reaction after the phone. After the phone call and after Tammie hung up on her.
I didn't even get to say bye. I don't know. I genuinely am like, I don't know what to say.
How do I feel about that?
Okay. She's starting to come back into her own mind now, because she's been floating away just watching this all happen to her.
I feel verbally attacked, obviously. Like, especially like coming from my aunt is like just very painful for me. And it also makes me sad at the same time, because it's like I know my like, I know I have issues, like it's obvious, I'm very upfront about them, but it's like it makes me sad because she clearly has issues as well, and it's like she's not like aware of.
Clearly, both of them have issues they're not aware of, as Amberlynn's gonna say, but I'm pretty sure they're aware of it. They're just going with the flow. Elizabeth, I thought of that too, the last pause. A pudding pass.
I don't know. Um, but one thing that I'm not is I'm not gonna let it get me down. Um, I'm not embarrassed. I think she should be slightly embarrassed because that was like crazy. Um, I'm not ashamed. I'm not gonna let her words in the way that she views me. It's not gonna let me look at myself any differently. If anything, it reminded me of how far I have come because like I was hectic in my 20s, especially like my early 20s. Um, I was hectic, like, and I've been very upfront with that. And it goes to show that I would, like, I always say I wish I was 21, but I'm telling you, the mind frame that I had back in my 20s, I will never want to be that person again. And I don't know. I'm, yeah. If anyone hears that and says, oh, yeah, she was a smart woman, it's tough lying. Um, hurt people. Yeah. I think you handled yourself very well. Thank you. Um, y'all are both narcissistic. Oh. Um, there were so many things that she was like saying and I wanted to respond, but I just couldn't get a word in, you know? I felt like I was slightly disassociative or whatever the word is. Like, God. And like the couple times I started crying, I felt like I was literally transformed back into like a little girl. Like it was crazy.
She was being scolded by her aunt. That's why. Probably why she felt that way, because she was being talked to like she was a child.
I wish I would have taken notes because I would say them now, purse baby, but I don't even remember. Um, no, I wasn't gagged or speechless. Um, sounds like your grandma started this. Yeah, that's what I was kind of sensing. Me and my grandma get along. That's why that whole thing, like, genuinely, like, hurt, you know? You weren't even listening to Tammie. I was disassociating, but I was listening. I was coping. I was overwhelmed. It was just triggering, really.
Elizabeth, she's been misbehaving and was long overdue a telling off. Yeah, Amberlynn could, yeah. Timeouts don't work for Amberlynn.
One of the things that she said was like, oh, it was a lot. Rocking, I think you're disassociating. Yeah, I do this like when I'm like, I don't know, anxious maybe. Um, I think Tammie might be exaggerating something your grandma said. I think it's just like a lot of hearsay through the grapevine, game of telephone.
Which is fair. She should be thinking that like, you know, grandma might not be telling the whole story. And then when she is, maybe Tammie's exaggerating the story a little more. So, yeah, I don't think she should base her relationship with her grandma on what Aunt Tammie said, when Aunt Tammie has like a stake in it of basically trying to get Amberlynn and her mom away from Grandma Lynn so she could have Grandma Lynn back to herself. Drox and Tarot, yeah. If you're disassociating, you're not listening. And there's a difference between listening and hearing. Totally. Yep.
You know, Um, what are we door dashing tonight? I don't know.
McDonald's.
Teeter Totterlin, very that. I did not want my live stream to be this. Like, I was like just feeling so much more positive and light and like just like ready to move on. And she was watching my live stream and she knew that. And it just sucks. I don't know what she's doing, Anna. I have no idea. Do you think she had anything valid to say, or was it all bullshit? It felt very like just out of nowhere. And like, even though it was over an hour of conversation, I still don't understand why this is happening. She, like, when the first time I asked her, like, what did I do in the last 2 years to cause this? She started talking about when I was 14. And I'm just like, first of all, I don't remember her visiting.
Again, she doesn't know what happened in the last 2 years. She wasn't listening the whole time.
And that just, it, like, genuinely, whoa. Like, how many memories do I have? Like, I've always told you guys, like, I have a lot of my life blocked out. But that to me, like, what? Like, I believe it happened 100%. But
All right, well, that's different than what she's going to say when she has a conversation with Mama Lynn and she backs up the fact that she didn't come for a visit. Aunt Tammie didn't. Or that they're trying to make that a fact. We're not quite sure. You know, Amberlynn only talks about how her and her brother went to visit Tammie and stay with her for a couple weeks when they were like 16, 17. But I don't think she ever mentioned about when Tammie found her, that she made a trip out there to see her. I'm trying to think of which, if it was a sit-down video she did. Maybe it was the My Aunt Doesn't Talk to Me Because I'm Fat video, where she discusses how she got in contact with her aunt the first time, which was through MySpace, and I think she said it was one of her cousins who found her on there and messaged her. But I can't remember if there was, and then Tammie came to visit, or if it was just, and then me and my brother went to visit. I haven't watched that whole video in a while, but I'll have to watch it and try to figure that one out. Either way, if Aunt Tammie's got pictures from this 2005 trip, if she could show those, that would be great.
yeah, that like took me by surprise for real. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just so confused. It's fine. It is what it is. It was an hour of her screaming, taking her anger out on you. It was a lot for sure. I understand how close related family members appear as strangers and how hard it is to connect. I understand Tammie, though, as she has been the caregiver in the family, she is burnt out as the constant mediator. Yeah, that's the way that she perceives herself, but that's not the reality. That's the thing. It's just like, it was hard to respond to, like,
But it was the reality at first. That's how she was talking to her mom, through her aunt. She told us this.
anything she was saying because she would not stop talking. And it was just a lot. I think I'm gonna go. Sugar glider, she was not composed. Like, there was name calling, there was berating, there was mocking, saying things to like purposely like hurt me. And
Yeah, Elizabeth, for sure. She does seem like she's like sentimental about things, and you know, despite how Amberlynn and Mama Lynn are, she still tries to have a relationship with them.
doing digs, and I didn't do any of that, you know? Like, I made sure not to throw anyone under the bus. I made sure not to say any of her personal things. I stood by just asking why is this happening? And I still didn't get.
Drox, when did she name call her? I think it was when she said that she was self-absorbed. Oh no, wait. No, that's just fact.
Well thought out answer. It was just very confusing to me. Wasn't speechless. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Bye, guys. How much time did Mom?
Oh my goodness, we made it through. That means we have about 20 minutes left. 20 minutes about that. Okay, so the next two live streams, August 18th and 20th. The 18th was only about like a half hour long, so I got a few clips from that. And then she went live for an hour on the 19th yesterday, and there's a few clips in there that she talked about what happened with Tammie here. Drox. You're an abuser. Auntie, don't call me names. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is the next day. And she was live for just a half hour.
And have to take off of work. She didn't have to take off of work at all, actually.
I do not make my mom take off of work. She has taken off of work a couple times, and it was either for vet reasons for my animals, or it was for reasons where I had to go to the doctor, like because I had to go to get a test done or whatever it may be. She doesn't lose money for leaving a couple hours at work. Her job is very nice like that. And when that happens,
taken more than a couple hours. She's taken days off for you. Anyway,
she has not.
That's the least of our importance.
I ask her, and more than anything, she offers.
Was what your aunt said the truth? I don't know which part you're talking about, but like, there were so many times I wanted to say something, and it's just like she just kept going and going and going, and I literally was like disassociating. I know it's like a trauma response. I like fully get it. It's just like when I'm being attacked.
Drox, yeah, I was thinking that too. She's like, I never do that, but I did that like a couple times. The only time I do that is when... And she left out the trip to Wisconsin when she said it too. Hot tea, is that what I'm saying? Drox, maybe. Drox or drop? Yeah, Drox. Probably does kind of sound like drugs. Drox.
Like that, like I go into like survival mode, and I either fawn.
I can see.
Oh my god, I love this. This is definitely one of my favorite wifey moments for sure.
You want to come here? You want to?
Or I fight. I've told you guys that.
I'm not abusive. As I sit here, I'm like trying to pound it down to my own hand.
No, I wasn't too stunned to speak. I wasn't stunned at all. It's something I'm unfortunately used to when it comes to like her, and she sounds absolutely unhinged. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Like genuinely, like I've owned up for the things that I've done. It confuses me. Like I was trying to explain to her, but like a lot of people were pointing out to me how hard I was gaslighted, and I didn't even realize it at the time. And then when I think back about it, I'm like, yeah, because it's just like, her and I haven't had a falling out in the last 5 years. And it's because we both like said we were going to start over and we were going to have a better relationship together. And that like stood both ways. Like she did some horrendous stuff. Like she was on Kiwi Farms, like saying awful things about me. I think she had no idea what she was talking about. And just it was very hard. And I was able to forgive her for that. And she was able to forgive me for my wrongdoings. And we moved on like past that. And then it's just like all of a sudden out of nowhere, this happened. And it was just like, oh, so I was very much trying to like focus on like the nows of it all, because we already had that, like, for example, what if I randomly just like popped off on my mom and I was like, you know what? Even though I forgave you, we're about to fucking just go crazy.
You made her feel like she can't tell you no because you keep bringing up the past all the time.
May I finish what I was saying?
Now she owes you everything. So yeah, she's afraid to tell you no.
May I
She didn't want
finish?
to do that.
It's like, girl, you like forget, like, I don't know, the whole thing. I don't know. I just really hope, like, genuinely, just because, like, I am that type of person, I hope she can heal and get help, because it's like, I need help. I'm fully aware that I need help. I know my wrongdoings. I know my and that, and it's just like she
knows about it, she's aware of it, but she's not doing anything really about it. And she's probably counting calories again today. Yes, hot tea. So, yeah, when the stuff about Amberlynn and Jade getting physical, that was all, yeah, like Drox had said, Erica. And Erica and Alexis came out kind of at the same time. So there was things that I thought that, well, Alexis was saying, but it was actually Erica who got more into detail about Amberlynn's relationship with Jade and how volatile that was as well. But then Lex was like backing it up a little bit by saying, yeah, Amberlynn did tell me things like that, or saying that she was also in contact with Jade. Alexis was for a while, so they were talking a little bit, but she didn't really like say that it was much, you know? But yeah, I would always get that. I was getting that mixed up. I mean, Erica and Alexis, because they both kind of came out around the same time. Beck said Amber made Mama Lynn cry. She probably makes her cry, yeah. I believe she's made her cry multiple times. Hot tea, yeah. Well, she's probably crying today.
to like holier than thou, and it was just like hard. But I
being kicked out of her mom's will and all. Oh, I guess there was just some stipulations she had to meet before she could actually get half of the house, probably. Oh my god. What a headache.
kind of like checked out. I was disassociative. I was like literally having to like try my very hardest not to just bawl my eyes out, because I was like, some of this is like so triggering for me. Some of the things that she would mention like from my childhood, and it's just like about my dad, and it was just, oh, it was a lot.
Hot tea, yes. I made a video, or no, I made a video, and then we did a live stream, and I watched when we watched the video, and it was like 10 hours long, and it was like all the drama that was going down with Erica and Brittany, and because they were both putting out videos, they were putting out like recordings on, they were talking to different people, so like I put all that together, and it was like a 10-hour live stream. I was here forever. But there was a lot of information and a lot of live streams to go through. So if you're like looking for the update on like, you know, how the Valentine thing went down, and Valentine was dropping stuff about Amberlynn and Erica, and then it was just like right when she got with Tammie. So it was just like right after Erica, she got with Tammie, who's may or may not be a feeder, and then we figure out, yeah, she's like the worst kind. So there was just a lot going on. So I threw that all in like a bunch of videos, or like in a big long video, and then we watched it. So that's still in my live streams. If you got a whole bunch of extra time and want to go back and cover that one, my goodness. I'm even on camera the whole time. That was a long day. I didn't expect it to go that long. But it was interesting, and there was a lot of information to like take in and cover and remember it. So
It was like a lot. But no, wasn't stunned. Very much used to that type of behavior. You act differently with Tammie. No, that's how I act when I'm like genuinely like in person. Like if you're attacking me like that, I literally disassociate completely and I just like take it. Like that's just like how I am. I don't know why. Um, Unless you get me in my flight moment and then I split and I'm like attacking back. But as I've gotten older, I just like shut down. Um, so especially like the Zoloft. The Zoloft just helps a lot. I don't know if it's because it like numbs me a little bit more, which is like bittersweet type deal, but the grandmother's recipe was made up. No, it wasn't. I should have my mom talk about it in a vlog. It was on her side of the family, actually. It was her great grandma, so it was like my great great grandma. Why did you let her come on your live like that? So very good question. I felt like kind of trapped, if you will, because she kept calling. I kept ignoring it. Like she called quite a few times, as you guys saw. And it was like prior to that, I was talking about how like I wanted to move on from this. And like it was just too much. It was messing with my mental health. And like she was watching my live stream, hearing me say these things that I was being like, my mental health was being like affected. And she literally didn't care. So she started like blowing up my phone. And it was just like so many people in the chat were just like, answer, answer. And it's like, I knew exactly what would happen if I didn't.
because she already had this DM leaked from Tammie, where Amberlynn says, "What you were doing is vile, but you already know that. But but you know that already. I will have a call with you on my live stream. I am confident in my truth and what I have to say." And then Tammie said, "Ready when you are. I have nothing but truth and facts." So yeah, that was where Amberlynn's like, yeah, no, I have to do this because I already said I would. And if I don't, well, you know, it would really probably never end.
So it was like, I didn't choose myself in that moment. I wouldn't have answered. I genuinely would not have answered because I just want nothing to do with her. And this whole situation like is really unhinged. It's a lot of things that should have just been like talked about privately. That's like the part where I'm just like so confused. Like why publicly?
Well, she would like you to be held accountable for your actions, and maybe the only way you're accountable is if you have other people in your ear saying, hey, maybe you should think about what Tammie said in this situation at least. Like there's probably a lot of situations you could point out where you'd be like, maybe Tammie was right at this point. And maybe you could look at that as a way to maybe change your behavior and learn from it. And yeah, maybe she was wrong for other things she said, but maybe for these couple things, whatever they are, that, you know, Amberlynn can learn like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have reacted that way. Or, you know, like she said before, like she stopped with the messages of like, you know, the big long messages that Tammie said she was getting from Amberlynn about how she was sorry about everything and just wants her in her life and stuff like that. And Amberlynn said she has learned to not do that anymore. And so their relationship wasn't progressing, I think, like the both of them thought it would.
But like, yeah, I wouldn't have answered, but I felt very trapped, like almost like I had to type of thing. And when you're overwhelmed and a lot is happening, sometimes you can't think clearly, like during that like exact moment. So it was very much one of them type of situation. But you know, it is what it is. Like it happened.
Elizabeth, that's a good point. Someone mentioned the fact that Tammie said in that message, the truth, and Amber said, my truth, meaning the delusions I desperately want to believe. Yeah, and I think like a lot of the time Amberlynn doesn't remember things correctly or exactly how they happened. She just like remembers them how she wants to retell them. So I think that might be like a safety net when she says my truth too, so that in case what she's saying isn't true, she'd be like, well, that's how I remember it. So if it's not right, then well, it's as closest that I remember to the truth. It kind of leaves this little leadway for her to maybe be wrong and still be have that safety net by saying it's my truth, not the truth. Yeah, whereas Tammie is just like, I'm going to tell you the truth as I see it, and is confident in that, whereas Amberlynn's not as confident in her truth being exactly how it happened.
She started all of this publicly, so why can't you respond publicly? Because this is like deeper and more revealing on like my family and things that I have kept private about my family.
Yeah, there were some nuggets that were dropped for sure. During this whole thing, we learned a lot more about her family that we didn't know. Drox. Okay, Alexis told her she wanted to hash it out while Amber was live because she's very manipulative behind the scenes. Yes, and you know what? Tammie has said that as well. And I remember in the 2017 live stream where Tammie was messaging, she said that Amber has a way with words, and when she messages her, it just like, she tries to manipulate the situation. So yeah, the way of just doing it all out there. It's even on camera for us to watch afterwards, So there's like documented proof so that Amberlynn maybe could reflect on it, but she's not going to reflect.
Like, she was like using really traumatic things and like using them to like hurt me. Like, that part was rough. And it's like, I don't want that to be for people to see that. Like, what has happened in my childhood and the bad things that have happened like around me, I want to be the one to like share those things because it's my experience. So I hate the fact that like she's like, well, this happened, this happened. I'm just like, oh my God, what does this have to do with like I was a child. I was 14. I was 7. Like, what is happening? Like, it just was so much. And like every time I cried, it's because I was like triggered into like just that little girl again. Like, genuinely, it was just rough. It was rough. Yeah, it's never too late for therapy. I specifically told you guys I was not going to be talking about my therapy anymore. I am in therapy. And I said that in a vlog that I was no longer going to be talking about that. That is why I have not talked about it, because I said I wasn't going to. No, I haven't used BetterHelp since, what was it? Was it 2019? Yeah, it was like 2019. Everything that I've said I've been professionally diagnosed with, I've been diagnosed with. Yeah. Amber basically wasn't live last night. Tammie was, and Amber was a guest. Yeah, I was just like, oh my God. And it's just so crazy because I know if like I was in my fight mode, because that's the mode she was in, I know if I was in that, people would have been like, oh, Amberlynn's so horrible. And like the fact that I was like fawning and like disassociating and like literally just triggered and so hurt. And like people have been saying, oh, Tammie bred her for filth. It's just more black and white thinking. And
I think if she would have been in fight mode, she definitely wouldn't have taken in anything Tammie said as well as she kind of maybe might have did, because she would have just been fighting her the whole time, talking over her, not letting Tammie talk. So it was kind of nice that she at least let her say what she had to say. Otherwise, they would have been yelling at each other and we wouldn't have been able to hear any of them.
Like, people, no matter what, like I'm always like, there's like a cluster of people, like no matter what, I'm always wrong. And those are the people that like, I'm so glad they hate me. Like, I think about it and I'm like, I'm so glad those type of people do not like me. That means I'm doing something right. Because the people who like get it and who have been so supportive, like, I love you guys so much. Like, even people who are like, Amberlynn, you know what? I don't really like everything you do, but like, I'm on your side on this. Like, those people and like the people who support me, like, thank you guys. Like, genuinely. The best thing that I have said in my like private life, the right side of the internet likes me. the wrong side of the internet stays where it's wrong, and they dislike me. They're harassing. Like, it's like I sit here and I'm like,
Elizabeth, it's a good question too, that if she stopped going to therapy because they called her out on her stuff and said, hey, this is what you got to do to change, or let's try this, or write down this, or did you ever think that maybe this is how you make other people feel? Could be anything. And she's just like, oh, this person's not taking my side, I'm out. It's pretty discouraging, you know, when you're watching it happen. Like her mom and her aunt, whoever she's in a relationship with at the time.
I get contacted by YouTubers that have millions of subscribers that are very well known, and people love them. I get contacted.
Oh my gosh, right. She's a celebrity. And she gets contacted by the most normal people of all. And she's going to list a few of them.
Saying like, the reaction channels suck. I can't believe like you go through this. I'm so sorry. I'm here for you. Like, people that you wouldn't even believe. Not only that, but like an actress from Deadpool, a fucking model that you see walking down fucking Victoria's Secret. What is that called when they have like the angel wings going? Whatever. Like, those are the types of people that are like in my DMs. And then you think about it, because I feel so gaslit, and I'm like, are the reaction channels and the haters right? Like, I'm so genuinely confused. But then when I see other YouTubers who do the same thing I do, I see them in my DMs sticking up for me and like saying like, girl, like, I am so sorry you go through this. It makes me realize like, no, like, I'm genuinely just constantly gaslit into thinking I'm this like awful, horrendous person, when that's just like not reality. Like,
Yeah, it takes her a while to see the in-between there, where she just like kind of dismisses everything. She does that when she's like doing her weight thing too, and she's trying to lose weight. She's like, should I be losing weight? No, it's fine. I can just lose weight tomorrow because I know how to do it. So she's like, yeah, am I gaslighting other people? No, I'm the one being gaslit. Well, sometimes two things can be happening at once. But yeah, I've said before too, where like Amberlynn lies to herself, so she'll lie to us because she believes her own lies because it makes her feel better situation.
not reality. Like, you don't see people like Jordy in the ankle and getting messages from like real normal people. An actress from Deadpool, a fucking model that you see walking down fucking Victoria's Secret. Well, it's people who are just like so clouded in their judgment, and it's just all black and white thinking. People forget that there's gray areas. Like, yikes. And I'm just so grateful for the people who like know how to like use up here more. I understand no one's perfect, and sometimes people can't think clearly, because I know that's me sometimes. Everyone else can't always be in the wrong. See, Kay, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, out of all these situations, how am I always in the wrong? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know what the point of her telling the spaghetti story of you piling more on your plate when dad said that's enough. Yeah, like, my mom listened to that, and my mom's like, girl, you never met her when you were 14. And I was like, I didn't think so, because I could not remember that. Like, I understand I have missing memories, but I'm telling you, that wasn't like, it didn't even tickle something in my brain at all. Like, when she shared that story, I'm like, bro, what? But it made me emotional because of like, if this is a story that's true that she's saying, right? Why is she using 14-year-old Amberlynn, who literally was in the worst environment ever? Why is she using that little girl's like shit that she was going through? Like, my dad getting mad at me about spaghetti. Like, why would you use that to like hurt me? Why would you use my dad's like, people say that I might have been too stunned to speak for their type of narrative. Maybe I was too stunned to speak because I was like, damn, this girl is crazy. I don't know. it was just like, so, sometimes like you hear someone talk and you're just like, this is so off the chain, like inaccurate and just wild. And also some of this doesn't need to be said, but it literally leaves you in a state of disassociation, like genuinely, just from Deadpool bullshit. Prove it. I don't know if she wants me to dox her. She messaged me for the first time in 2019, 2020. And I was so honest with her. I was like, I'm going to be honest. I've never seen Deadpool.
This is my 29th birthday. I don't remember anything about it.
Look at her going in.
All right, Becky.
You ready?
Yeah. Oh,
Eric almost fell.
no.
What happened, babe?
My face fell apart. Look at yours.
She looks happy. And it's sugar-free. Woo! Thank you, Rave.
Hopefully you like it.
I don't remember any of it. I was on absolute autopilot. I'm just saying, look at that look in my eye. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't there. And that's my depression jacket. I wore it constantly. I loved it. And after I started getting better and got off of all that medicine and got on Zoloft, that is when I decided to throw the jacket away.
I was like, but my girlfriend at the time, Beck, they love Deadpool. Thank you for the fat phobic super chat.
Okay, so we got the spaghetti story that she doesn't remember, but it does bring up trauma from her past. So that's why she got upset, but she doesn't remember. And Drox, you're right. Amberlynn says Mama Lynn drops people if they bring drama to her life. And then she goes, Mom, come watch this live stream I did of Aunt Tammie dog walking me for an hour. No, it was all Tammie's fault. Tammie's the one who brought this drama to her life, not Amberlynn.
If you guys want to, super chat me just roast me. Roast me, go for it. I don't give a fuck. It could be fucking fat phobic all you want, but I'm going to be laughing to the bank.
Hot tea. You're friends with an am baby? Is that what she calls it? Her am babies. Oh, fun. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is where she has people roast her. She asks for it, but then she'll come back the next day in the stream and say she didn't ask for it. She was commenting on it sarcastically and thought that people would get the point to be nicer to her because she didn't want people roasting her, even though she just did a little, did something here. The head bobbing back and forth.
Bank.
Roast her to the bank.
To get actually diagnosed with ADHD. I mean, this is how it was in Kentucky. You have to do an assessment, and if they think that you have ADHD, you have to schedule an evaluation. So I got assessed and they were like, yeah. So here's the number to get evaluated. And I called and it was a 6-month wait, but I ended up moving to Oklahoma before I actually was able to go to my appointment in Kentucky. So that's what happened there. You have anxiety because you sit all day, nowhere for the energy to go. Oh no, catnip. That's not the way it works, love. My body's not ruined, but thank you for the super chat. Oh, my aunt is so unhinged. My mom watched the whole thing and her jaw was on the floor. She literally just admitted she was assessed, not diagnosed. Yeah, Tegan. My body's not ruined because what about it is exactly? I don't think being fat means you're ruined because change is possible. And I don't think I'm ugly. I did at one point, but I'll give it to Tammie. She helped with that. It is because your legs are stretched to the max. So I would have had lipedema regardless. Lipedema is not just for fat people. Lipedema actually has nothing to do with your weight. So you can't really say that. I still don't think my body is ruined. A lot of people like my legs, and that's that. That's reality. So it doesn't matter. I'm not going to let people make me feel bad about my body or make me feel bad about what I look like or make me feel bad about anything like that. Because while you are on the journey to bettering yourself, you still need to love yourself how you are. You can't hate yourself or you're never going to change because
Okay, so yeah, she says she has ADHD, but she's not, and she was assessed for it, but I guess she wasn't really diagnosed because she never went to the next appointment to actually follow through with the exam, I guess, with her examinations. And I feel like that's kind of how it happened with her BPD too. I mean, you could just fill out the front and back page and they'll be like, yep, you have BPD. Yeah, not really that solid, but it gives you something to work with, I guess.
why would you care? The only way you'd be willing to change is if you love yourself.
Oh, yeah. Drox. My death feeder girlfriend made me feel better about my body. Yep.
Your body is not ruined. People are just rotten. Yeah. They're trying to make me upset, but that's not going to work at all. It's not going to work at all. I didn't wake up at 3. No, I woke up way before that. We saw the McDonald's bag. Yeah, I had it last night. I even vlogged it, which you'll be seeing on Friday.
Okay, so we're at the end where she decides she's gonna click off, and I was recording when I was recording the screen, the chat was going too, and she kind of like, no wait, when she's like, okay, bye. I thought she was like just getting rid of someone in the chat because someone's chat disappears, but I think maybe they took their chat back and Amberlynn ended it at the same time. So it was just weird. It was like, oh, she's just kicked someone or blocked them from the chat. But no, she quit because she didn't come back that whole night. Oh, okay.
Isabel, welcome to Stream Queens Mini. Hi. Natasha, I do.
Natasha says, do you even believe yourself anymore? Natasha, I do.
Welcome to Stream Queens Mini. Hi. Natasha, I do. Yeah. Hi.
And that's it. All right, so then she came back the next day. I left it on. Just a sec. Yeah, so I just kept this in the video so that you could see the chat, kind of like wondering what's going on. Where'd she go?
They're trying to make me upset, but that's not going to work at all.
I think it worked a little.
Also gaslit, not even pre-diabetic. I woke up at 4 a.m. I'm like, I currently have the weirdest sleeping schedule right now.
I love how when people say, are you diabetic? She goes, no, I'm not diabetic. And then she has to follow it up with, not even pre-diabetic. Not even close. All right, yeah, so the next day she comes back and yeah, she wanted to prove Grandma Lynn wrong, saying that she gets up at 3 p.m. So she went live. I think it was around like noon her time. And then says, I've been up since 4 a.m. Her sleep schedule is always off. It's never regular.
Let's talk about your new schedule. What's happening? This is just a random live I'm deciding to do, but that schedule is non-existent. I've decided I don't want to open up my life in the sense of vlogs yet. I need a break from that still. So I think my content right now is just going to be live streams.
Elizabeth, it's a pudding shot. Yeah, so she did put out a post saying that she was going to do 2 live streams a week and put out 2 videos, but now I guess we're returning to a live stream era, which means she might go live another like 2 or 3 times and then decide, no, I'm going back to videos.
Noticed that majority of my chat last night, which it's never been like this, so it like kind of shocked me. Majority of my chat was just like berating me, like trying to make me feel bad about my looks. And like when I said you guys roast me, like if you know my personality, which it seems like a lot of people just don't, you know that I was joking. And it's just like, I don't come on my live stream to get berated or, you know, have people judge me on my looks.
And yes, I did speed it up a little bit because sometimes it's just a little too slow. So if it's a little too fast, don't worry, I talk a little fast too. So if you wanted to like slow the whole stream down, then you can listen to it a little slower. I think fast.
Or just constant nitpick after nitpick. And if I become uncomfortable, I'm just going to go. Like, I'm not going to stay here and allow that. I'm very good about letting people.
Well, she said she was going to laugh all the way to the bank, but I guess she decided not to. She doesn't want to do that.
Really say whatever they want. That's why I told my mod, do not mute or block anyone unless, you know, it's obvious, like homophobia, racism, transphobia, things like that, then yes, block. But like anything, doxing, of course, anything else, it is what it is type deal. So I'm pretty like casual when it comes to that type of deal. But like, I'm just like not going to sit here and allow that to happen. Roast me, go for it. I don't give a fuck. So it's not a rage quit. It's not me getting angry. It's literally just protecting my peace. It is keeping boundaries. And I don't expect anyone in this world to sit there, no matter if it's in person, no matter if it's over the phone, a live stream, whatever the it is, do not sit there and let people treat you like trash. Point blank period. So that is why I was like, you know what? Just like deucing out. Like, I'm really trying to focus on my mental health. And with this whole like Tammie bullshit, like that has definitely made my mental health worse. So I'm not going to like feed into things that is going to like literally still prolong the process of me mentally. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so this was yesterday morning. So I think it was in the evening when Aunt Tammie went on Jordy's. So this here is like what Amberlynn had to say before Aunt Tammie decided to go live once again. Like Amberlynn probably thought, okay, this is probably it. We had it out. It's all done. But then we'll see in the next live stream we do that Tammie is not done yet. But at this point, during this live stream right here, Amberlynn didn't know that.
So if I want to end my live stream early, I'm going to. So that's how I feel about it. You sat and took it from your aunt. Yeah, that's since I was 17. Like that was like family trauma right there that you guys were experiencing right there.
You're so right. You guys don't know the real me. And then she says, I thought you guys would know I was joking. Yeah, especially the trolls. They don't know you, but they should know that you're joking.
We've spoken about having unmedicated BPD when there is no meds for it. So there is, thank you for the super chat by the way, there is no meds for BPD itself, but there are meds that you can take to help with some of the BPD symptoms. It's an easy Google search. No, there is not. Antidepressants are the only meds, and I've had BPD since I was 15. Huh? There are no FDA-approved meds for BPD. I'm gonna try to repeat this one more time. There are meds you can take to help with the symptoms, some of these symptoms, depends on which ones you have, of BPD. Does that make more sense now? Oh, when I got diagnosed with BPD, catnip, I'm responding to you. I had no idea even what ChatGPT was, so that doesn't make much sense. Why won't you address your relationship status? I'm single as fuck. Like single as fuck. You single, can I take you out? No, I'm good. The people who are like, you lie so much, like why would we trust you? I've only lied to protect people that I love, and I will continue doing that till the day that I die, because that's the type of person that I am. I'm loyal. But am I going to lie for myself? No. I have nothing to lie about, and that's
Is she gonna lie for herself? Yes. I mean, no. Like, all right. She's just putting out there. Maybe it's like she positive affirmations where she can think it. Maybe it can be true. If she puts it out there, maybe it'll even be more true. Except it's not.
But I'm telling you actively, I am not in a relationship with Emily. Point blank, period. If you don't believe it, that's on you.
Well, maybe if she goes through another weight loss journey here, we'll believe it. But right now, as long as I don't know, it's really hard to believe her because we didn't believe her before because she was lying. So like, it's hard to believe her if she was telling the truth right now. It would be so hard to believe that she's not talking to her.
But the people who choose not to believe me are the same people who message me in my Instagram calling me a whale. Like, I don't care about your opinion of me at all. I just like genuinely don't. So it means nothing to me. So yeah, Sarah, she was getting blackmailed. And she was getting like creepy text messages from unknown numbers. Like, it was weird. The fact that like everyone took Tammie's word as gospel when you guys don't.
Okay, so she was talking about Emily, how Emily was being blackmailed and getting weird text messages. Probably saying, like, I know you're still with Amberlynn. I'm going to tell everyone that you're still with Amberlynn. Stuff like that.
This person from Adam and Eve. Like, you genuinely don't know her. And people are just like, yep, everything she's saying is right. Clocked. It's like.
Well, the way that Tammie has described Amberlynn's behavior is very similar to everything we see. So when Tammie tells us things, we're kind of like, you know, well, I could see Amberlynn doing that. Yep. Now, whether or not it's totally true, well, we're not sure. We can only speculate based on what we've heard.
Where am I right now? Like, what like dimension am I living in? Did I like fall off a rock somewhere and hit my head and I'm actually like in a coma? I don't know what, because what I experience online, this is not reality. This is not founded in reality. Like, I'm genuinely like, what happens here is so different than like my real life. And like every time I step into the scene of like, okay, YouTube is my job, I gotta go like focus on that. Like, I feel unwell. Like, I feel so unwell. Because
But she'll continue to do it because it keeps her from going to find something else outside of it and having to find something to do outside of herself, because she has said so many times that her channel is about herself, so she has to keep coming on here and talking about herself all the time.
we're just so unhinged. Tammie's unhinged. I couldn't stomach that stream. I guess maybe that's why the unhinged like Tammie. I guess it makes sense because they all cluster together. When was grandma coming on live? She ain't coming on mine. I even told my mom, I was like, I'm gonna have to talk to grandma because like there's obviously something that's happening when I'm not around that I don't see, because when I'm with my grandma, like we get along, we laugh, we have fun, like, but my heart feels kind of broken because unless Tammie was just trying to say things to like purposely hurt me because that was genuinely her goal. So I don't know. I don't know.
I'd say it was probably a little bit of both. I'd say that grandma likes to talk, for sure. So well, so does Tammie, as we've noticed. So I'd say it was a little bit of A and B, where grandma has been talking to Tammie and Tammie was taking everything that grandma was saying that was negative and throwing it back at Amberlynn, hoping to put a wedge in their relationship.
You navigate your next relationship. I do not want to be in a relationship for a very, 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 very long time.
So that's like 2 weeks, maybe 3 for her.
Indoors by choice. Don't drive. I have anxiety. I also don't like going in Ubers. Got a massive anxiety for that. Like, you're a stranger and I'm in your car. Like, I'm good. Vomit. And I'm not.
That was so dramatic.
But thank you, shrimp tempura. What am I going to be for Halloween? So my friend suggested that we dress up together, and so I'm thinking about being a devil and gonna be an angel. My aunt doesn't know me, Maggie. That's the thing. She doesn't know me. You're always crying about not being able to regulate your emotions. Yet the second Tammie tore into you, suddenly you had no problem keeping it together. That was not me keeping it together. I was disassociating. If anything, that's worse than me not being able to regulate. I wasn't able to regulate me literally disassociating due to trauma. Like, are you kidding? People don't understand mental illness, but that's okay. Not everyone does. You're so strong sitting through the daily berating. I could never. Most people can't. Most people can't. Like, let's take Narc Alert, for example. Constantly talking shit about me. Constantly. And then the minute it was their turn, I got a new job and my employer said I can't be on YouTube. What a lie.
What a lie. I don't know what was happening with the Narc Alert. Oh, Narc Alert. I'm not sure, but whatever.
Hey. Tammie sounded messy. Just incredibly messy. Yeah. Cozy, where do you get your tirzepatide from? I can't wait until you take legal action on Kaboob and Morty. What? Oh, thank you for the super chat. That took me a minute. Cozy, I just responded to you. Brello? Okay.
As I'm watching this, I'm like, I think that was a clip I was gonna cut out. Not much information in that.
Some of those, see, yeah, when you get it online, it is cheaper. But like when I tried to go through the last company, they're like, no, I literally vlogged all this because they were like, you had gallstone problems before, you had pancreas problems before. So no. But then my actual real doctor was like, it's okay. Like we can get that checked out and we can pay attention to that and all that. So then when I went to go to the pharmacy, they said the price and I was like, oh, I can do that. Like it's a lot of fucking money. And I was like, okay, I can do that. But then I asked them, okay, so as it increases, will I have to pay more monthly? And they said yes. And I was like, jaw on the floor, annoyed. I was like, the fuck? So it was $1,600. It was $1,600. So I said, okay, I can pay that because I thought it was going to be $1,600 a month just in general. But they said, no, obviously, as you increase, you need more of the medicine per month. So then the cost just keeps going up. And I was like, the fuck? Like,
all right, so I think she's talking about the semaglutide that she was going to do. And it's funny, she said it was like, she said the price of it, $1,600. And before it was saying how Mama Lynn's not triggered by the needles because she was going to do it herself too. I'm like, geez, that's a pretty penny. When they could just be doing some kind of like exercise and weight loss diet together, but instead like eating healthy. It doesn't even have to be a diet, She knows she has to do a lifestyle change, but it's maybe she's not getting as much support as she thought from her that she would from her mom. And then like, her aunt probably was there to help her, but not at the same time.
how high is it going to get? Because my doctor told me the first dose, yeah, I might lose a couple pounds, but I'm going to instantly have to up my dose when the time comes. So it's just like, I don't know if the farm, like even my doctor, when I told my doctor, because I was like, can you send it through Lily Direct? Because Lily Direct, it would be cheaper, right? And my doctor was like, so the pharmacy, how much was it there then? I'm like confused. And I told him and he was like shocked and he was like, why is it so expensive? I don't know if it's like increased or what's happened. So, I would never force my mom to do shit. Yeah, I don't feel like vlogging my life. I don't want to open up my home to people right now. I just feel like the internet's kind of vile at this moment and I just want to wait till I'm ready. Yeah, I'm going to be doing lives just for a little bit. We're in like a little bit of a live era. Bye guys. I hope that you guys enjoyed this live stream. I can do whatever the f I want. Word.
Elizabeth, you're right. Therapy and walking is cheaper. And having a good meal plan too, because a lot of, I think, of our issue is being able to choose the right foods and the right amounts and like, have all that handled for her, which she would if she, maybe paid someone else to help her with that. But it's something she likes to have control over. Keeps her from going over the edge, I guess you could say. I don't know. Doesn't really though, because she's quite over that edge now. Yeah, so that was the conversation that she had with Tammie. Tammie had a lot of things to say. And I think she's going to have more to say, but what she said was a lot so far. And like, it doesn't really seem like, well, Amberlynn really took any of what Tammie said into consideration. She's just kind of defending herself throughout these 2 live streams, the next 2 days. Yeah, so I guess Amberlynn's going to be coming back with some more live streams, so I'll probably just like go through the highlights, try to find, you know, the interesting stuff. Because some of it's not that interesting, you know. And it's pretty long, but usually she'll go for like an hour, which isn't too long. Good amount to go for her to do her live streams. So I wonder if we're gonna still see that McDonald's on Friday. If she's gonna actually put out that vlog, or if she's just gonna wait and save it for next month or next week, because, you know, I don't think she'll want to do the live stream. She doesn't really seem to like it. But she's used to it because she's been doing live streams like on YouNow before too. Before she started doing them on YouTube, so like, but there's probably a lot more people on the YouTube live streams than there was on the YouNow for sure. Well, that was fun. I'm gonna have to take a listen to the live stream that Jordy did with Aunt Tammie, or maybe I won't listen to it and I'll just find it and we can watch it together and do a live reaction to it. Because that's fun. I like when I'm listening to it and I have a reaction, I'm just like, oh, I'm going to forget to say that in the live stream. So it's just kind of nice to like have that, my first impression out there, instead of already knowing kind of what was said. Yeah, and there's probably going to be more in the next couple days. Amberlynn will probably be live again tomorrow, of course. Yeah, I did pin the link to this video at the top of the chat. It's on Daily Motion, so you can just like watch it without my commentary. And I also posted May 4th, 5th, and 6th of 2018. So those are on the Daily Motion as well. And then we'll watch, those are going to be another live stream that we'll watch together this week. It's Wednesday already. Maybe this weekend. We'll see. This week, this weekend. In the next few days. Sometime soon. Elizabeth and Drox, thank you so much for being here. Hot tea as well, of course. And keeping me company in the chat for the last few hours. But I think I am gonna end it here now, and I will be back soon. It was another great stream. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your week and your weekend. I'll see you at some point probably, but if I miss you, then I hope you have a good weekend. A good week, a good month, everything. I just hope everything's going all right for you out there. All right. I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out.